What's up, everyone? Welcome to the Grand Finals broadcast for NECC. Today we have CSUDH versus ECU Coruscant, and I'm here today with a very special guest. I want to introduce yourself.
Having me, proud alumni here. I've played on the team, coach. I'm very excited to be cast for.
I'm excited. It's going to be a fun series. First best of five of the year in the Grand Finals, and so we're hopping into draft here. If we want to talk a little bit about it, DH are banning out two junglers, Lilia, Zach, and then a mid laner, Yone. And on Coruscant, they're banning out DH's favorite picks here.
Yeah, we got the Iron ban, which we know Kevin runs on. Then there's the Zaya, Kismet, and then Junior Swain. So I'm not really shocked by any of these bans. Since the Ziggs pick could be nice. Ooh, the Mel. The Mel can serve as a flex pick as well.
I think he's trolling. Yep, there we go. Jin is a champ that Kismet has played to great success this season. And yeah, it's probably, I would say Jin, Caitlyn, and Kaisa are like probably his three best champs, I would say.
Okay. So starting out with that comfort pick for the Toros here. Let's see how the Tigers want to reply. Looks like a Karma, which could also be flexed in the mid lane or the support. And then we'll see what they're wanting to pick here. I'm expecting some ADC to try and hide, the rest of your picks that you're trying to do for the draft. Oh, maybe Nunu?
So this is not really a surprise to me, at least. And DH's one loss to ECU this season. Both losses feature Nunu for ECU. And so DH have, or I believe that they were, ECU were going to pick this Nunu, and it is a very, very strong champ for them. They're able to roll into the early game super well. Last time, I believe they had like a 13 kill lead at 15 minutes, and so it'll be good to see how DH adjusted and learned from that experience to play in this game.
Yeah, they may be looking to snowball their way to victory. But with the Gnar here, that will be a nice little poke into the top lane, and then feel like I'm expecting either a support pick, so then Junior maybe doesn't have to get banned out, or even a jungle
J4
pick. Okay, I was just gonna say, matching that Nunu, they're probably gonna try and match each other in the jungle to early gank. This bot lane could get very contested very quickly, and the Syndra from the Tigers.
I think DH have come out of this. I do have a little bit of insider information. Gonna not try to leak too much, but this looks very typical of what you would see from a DH draft. Normally they try to get Max, onto his comfort champs, the Gnar, the Jax, and so it's good to see that they picked. Let's see the bands. Emilio, like you said, Junior is taking a hit a little bit, but Junior's champ pool is so wide. I mean, he really does play a lot of champs, and so I think it's quite fine, honestly.
Yeah, he's definitely spent his time here building up his champion pool, and so, they'll probably throw another support ban, but he's very comfortable on numerous supports, and so I'm not really shocked by that. I really like the synergy that DH has here with the Gnar and Jarvan. The Jarvan ult, Cataclysm into Mega Gnar could definitely just totally wipe the team.
That would do a lot of pain.
Yeah, and Jarvan's wall could also stop the Nunu snowball, and so really like the J4 pick here, but a lot of poke from the Tigers right now, so I'm really interested to see how DH wants to kind of match that poke either through utility means or outright will outpoke you.
I really can't believe that ECU drops the ADC pick. It's going to be interesting to see what they pick. DH do ban out the Urgot and the Cho'Gath. The Cho'Gath is a champ that has given DH struggles in the past, especially in the mid lane. Just the flexibility of Cho'Gath. I presume it's going to be an ADC pick here.
Yeah. I could see an ADC pick. Something that's pokey, maybe a Caitlyn I wouldn't be shocked by. Maybe a Senna. Oh,
Caitlyn, you called it.
There's the Caitlyn. Just it goes really well with Karma. Karma's empowered Q is able to set up the slow. And Jin, he does get outranged by Caitlyn. And so the question is, how does DH want to reply? I could see a Braum here from the Toros. It would be great to block the Caitlyn ult. The Karma ult Q, right? Kind of negate some of that poke. And great follow-up for the Gnar and J4 once they engage. There's the Braum and Orianna pick for some Wombo combo madness with the Jarvan.
Crow actually has been pretty good on the Orianna. Last match, I think he went something like 8-2. With like 8 assists or something. So
Got it.
I think he's been really feeling this Oriana, adding on to his champ pool. His champ pool was a little bit limited at the start of the season, but it's definitely grown to a point where I think it's pretty hard for teams to man him out like very consistently. And the Lux here.
Yeah, they said, okay, you guys want to poke us out? What if we do it first? And so the Lux binding to match with the Jhin follow-up, that could be a lot, actually. And considering how much engage they already have with the Jarvan and Gnar, you throw an Orianna ult in there, and suddenly they're all clumped together, and they're getting rained down from the Tauros. So it's going to be interesting to see what top lane pick they want to do to match the Gnar. I'd imagine maybe something more tank based. Oh, Renekton try and brawl with the Gnar. Okay, it could be fun in top lane.
So something that I would like to see. I mean, I think DH will do a good job is trying to deny Caitlyn prio on the bot side. You know, Lux is able to help clear waves very easily. As the team huddle goes on outside, they are dialed in. They are ready. I've been watching them nearly all semester. Their mindset has really been, strong going into all these games, and so, let's go, Toros!
Yes, I'm very excited to see this game underway. It seems like a lot of confidence from the Tauros. Not only you mentioning how the expanding champion pool of the mid laner, and I know Max, he's played the Gnar before. Kevin, I know he's been able to perform on the Jarvan. You mentioned Kismet, very, very familiar on Jhin, top 3. And Junior, seems like we mentioned, you could ban away 3 supports, but he has a very wide champ pool. And from the Tigers, I think they did a really good job drafting as well. It's going to be interesting who's able to outpoke who in the bot lane. Caitlyn, again, she does have a higher attack range than our Jhin, and so there may be a discrepancy there. But Lux, she has a lot more bursts and a lot more wave management potential than the Karma. 100%. So something that the Tauros that I've noticed as well is they're willing to sacrifice a wave to go and do an objective. And with this Lux pick here, what I'm thinking is they may try and push out, use those abilities, and then go get a pick,
100%.
Right before an objective. And in that sense, that's a way better pick for them than this Karma Caitlyn, which may be a little more standard than a Lux Jhin. DH really try and play to their strengths, and I'm excited to see how the Tigers respond.
I think for me, my keynote is as long as DH get through the early game, the first 15 minutes, relatively stable, and they neutralize this Nunu, I think their odds of winning are pretty strong. As DH, I think one of their strongest points is like mid to late game. I think their early game, while not necessarily weak, it can be volatile, I would call it.
Yeah, and I think some of that volatility comes back to the setup. With objectives, I know in League there's many objectives that kind of spawn early game nowadays, like Atacon and Grubbies and Dragon, and so
Baron,
yes,
or not Baron, what's it called?
Rift Herald.
Yes,
yep. And so how is DH going to be able to consistently stay on top of that and address playing around those objectives? Will they say, hey, let's just stack this wave? Will they try and push it out? I'm really, really interested to see how they choose to make those decisions.
Just by the draft, whose draft do you like better?
Wide pros and cons between both. I think in the top lane between Gnar and Renekton, Gnar is able to kind of gauge the Renekton, and once Renekton hits that 50% rage bar, you just kind of give him his space,
Yeah.
Whenever it comes to jungle matchup, it's really interesting. Nunu can outfarm Jarvan very easily. But Jarvan, he's more prone to trying to look for that gank, that aggressive war fighting early.
100%.
Because Nunu, he does a bunch of magical damage. He needs that AP. If he doesn't have it, the Jarvan with a lot of physical damage, his passive for the empowered auto, he's going to be able to trade a little bit better against that Nunu, but maybe late game they're able to secure those objectives, right? And so I'm kind of gauging a more early game comp from the Tauros. The Orianna's going to scale nicely, but Jarvan, he can fall off if he's not able to continue his pressure. The Jhin and Lux will be able to poke, which is nice, but that's kind of all the poke you have, right?
Yeah.
Caitlyn and Karma, they're a lot more consistent with
100%.
it, while Jhin and Lux's is more burst. And so it'll be really exciting to see kind of how they match. I think both teams drafted really well, and it's going to be who's able to kind of play to their strengths better.
I think it'll be a really close game.
Yeah.
Rooting for DH, but right now we're going to cut to an intermission and wait for the game to begin.
Yeah, sounds great. Can't wait to see.
Right, game one. I'm really excited to see how DH do in this. Maybe a little bit of a jungle play here.
Yeah, it's gonna see what information the teams want to get out of each other. It looks like DH is looking for either an invade or a 5-stack, which it could go pretty well with the Lux Binding. I like the stack choice here, and it seems like our Tigers are doing a 5-point. Very common strat, just kind of spacing out, seeing entrances. So yeah, kind of the classic, like, oh, do we want to go for vision? Do we want to explore, hide in fog of war? What are we doing?
I'm so happy lane swapping's not a thing anymore. I'm so happy.
It's been in game long time, but it's interesting to see how they handled that. But it seems like DH is going to retreat, kind of go back to standard, quote unquote, having the mid, then mid. Nar's going to walk all the way up top lane to meet his maker, Renekton, and we'll see if he's able to fight against him. I think that top lane matchup is going to hold a lot of significance. The grasp from the Gnar, he's going to look for smaller trades. While the Renekton, he has PTA. He wants to proc that and immediately burst him down and then also pull back. So it's really going to depend on who's able to get this trade-off and positioning and set up that way.
Kind of the spacing of it, right? Like,
oh, yeah. Yeah, Nar's a huge spacing character. Syndra getting a little poke onto the Orianna. Seems like we're shoving in mid here while the Orianna gets poked away.
Orianna's chunked a little bit now.
The Gnar stepping up, trying to poke down that Renekton. Oh, he has the grasp proc. I would look for an auto soon. Try and get that proc with the Q. Ooh, Q slow. Yeah, that Renekton's getting chunked down, but there's that empowered Q he's looking for. He's able to get it, able to heal that up a bit, but poking right back. Seems like in bot lane DH, they have a slow push going here. Early game, it can be really hard for these characters to farm under tower, so, you know, starting a slow push goes pretty well. They're able to get objectives set up.
This is a massive wave on level 2 here.
Yeah, and ADCs don't have enough AD to get it level 1 unless they're damaged a little bit. Yeah, so... Ooh,
I want to keep
sidestepping.
I want to keep a close eye on this Nunu. Interested to see what type of clear, if it's a full clear or a look on a gank here.
Yeah. So it's looking like he's pathing top side and J4's pathing bot. I'm surprised no trying to get like an early gank or anything like that. Just kind of having the lanes go stale per se. Smart choice from Max here, letting it kind of push in onto him. If they're able to track the jungler, then they know that Nunu's coming.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we've talked about, or that I've talked about with the team. They have been working on, you know, neutralizing this Nunu and tracking Nunu through the jungle. I mean, if you were in DH's position, or like in general, how would you go about countering a Nunu? So,
Nunu, he's really good at power farming, but he could also spam gank. But once you track him, he's very telegraphed. You know what he's doing, right? And so I would try and find that. Oh, looks like a little trade in top lane. Renekton was able to get that PT off and head back, and that's what he's looking for. He wants to do that over and over and over again. But seems like DH is pushing in bot side here. They may try and get a little trap having that J4 hover alongside the Nunu and top side, but that's how I would try and approach in Nunu. If you're able to track him, very telegraphed. He's not trying to surprise you.
100%. And it does look like a crab exchange here for the respective junglers, DH getting the bot crab and Nunu getting the top crab here. Honestly, this is really good. If Nunu hasn't done anything... Snowball coming in mid.
Sorry about that.
This Orianna may have to be careful. Yo, nice clips move. The wall. So now Jarvan actually got tempo on that base. He's going to get to move on the map a little bit quicker than the Nunu. And Nunu, I mean, last time I watched... on the... Oh, this could be a kill here on the Gnar.
Is this solo kill on the Gnar?
Oh, flash burn. Flash comes out. Solo kill on the top lane for Max. That's first blood for DH here. That's massive. I mean, Kevin has tempo. He's going pathing top to bottom. This Nunu's a little behind. I mean, this is a good start from DH.
Yeah, DH are kind of able. That Renekton, he got a little too big for his britches, I'd say. You know, try and get that 50 rage off, but fortunately, it didn't work out for him. The Gnar's now having that tempo. And the Nunu actually showing mid there was huge, and it looks like he's doing it again. But last time he stopped his back to do it, you know, so Jarvan's able to kind of control the map and get around a little quicker than the Nunu's going to be able to. And we may see the punish because of it.
The two-man on this Nunu trying to read for the Raptors here?
Yeah. Try and push him off, say, hey, this is our jungle camp. And bringing up the Lux. And
Oh, there's a big group here.
yep, that's what DH, they like to do that, you know, bring the people.
Brockhampton, this could be a massive kill here.
Flash.
Kevin does land a kill with the root as well. They will be able to chunk out this Nunu. It's 2 massive kills for DH. And good tracking on the Nunu, like you said.
Yep. They saw that the Nunu, you know, he's show top. Okay, he's backing. They immediately responded to him trying to take that Raptor. And he paid the price. And now they're able to not just get the kill, not just get the mid laner's flash, but they're also now looking to secure Dragon. Very beautiful response from Toro.
DH, I think they do have the tempo to start a pivot to Grubs as well. So if they get away, you know, with a Drake and, you know, some Grubs, this could be a huge swing in favor of DH.
Very much so. Depends on where the wave states are, and we'll see again if they're trying to set up for it. But it could definitely be the back that allows them to take that next fight and kind of punch that lead just a little further.
The wave state does look pretty neutral. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the early game that DH have put out so far. Last time I watched ECU, DH were down probably about 7 kills at this point in the game. And so it's a really, really good sight to see.
Yeah, and it looks like a Rift Herald or little Void Grubby fight's breaking out here. Looks like Tigers are wanting to secure it. The wave management from in top, they're just, Toros aren't in a place to be able to respond. Junglers on back. Sometimes that's just a trade you gotta take, you know, and Tigers were able to take good advantage of their lane cryo. Renekton does have more pushing power than this one, you know, and so
100%.
being able to, you know, get that priority there, that really paid off for them. I mean, looks like maybe a little jungle battle for the Scuttle Crab. Both smites are up. Oh, Nunu's just gonna take that.
The Nunu's gonna outsmite Jarvan every time.
Yep, that's kind of the point of the draft as well, right? We were talking about it in draft, how like Nunu, he is able to do that. He can just deny those objectives, and how much will that matter late game? How much will they utilize that to their advantage?
I'm not exactly sure, because I feel like with the amount of objectives that are up in the current state of the game, I almost feel like the objectives, like each individual one, doesn't matter as much. I don't know if you agree on that, but like, at least in the games that I've seen, I feel like it's okay, especially like on the first Grubs. I feel like 6 months ago, teams were, you know, contesting them very heavily, but now, big snowball does land, but a huge gnarl comes down onto this Renekton, able to jump out. Kevin is here to cover, but it looks like the play is over.
Just calling for a little reset. Yeah, that got a little spicy for a moment, but it seems like Toros called it off, said, you know what, I'll just take my Mega Gnar over this wall and be A-okay. But to, I guess, reply to what you were saying about objectives, there are a lot more objectives now, but each objective kind of serves its purpose, right? If you're a team that wants to focus on turret plating, maybe you'll try and go for Void Grubs because you'll do the increased damage to them, right? Dragons are better for scaling. So for DH, which, you know, they kind of go even in scaling against the Tigers, I'd say, but having that extra dragon and getting that Dragon Soul is going to be the push. And we see this Nunu kind of embarking on an adventure into bot lane here. The Karma's just getting poked out, and the Toros don't want any of it.
The Jarvan is somewhat in the area. The Nunu doesn't look like they're going to be making a play on this boss side, though. If my production team could pull up the CS numbers, I would like to see the differential. Let's see. So, mid lane down 23 CS. Top lane down a little bit, but up a kill. So, maybe somewhat close to even. And then bot lane is pretty even. So, it's looking like a pretty steady game. Thank you so much to my production team, Brian and Kevin. Shout out to the DH production team. But yeah, so you know, pretty even game so far.
Yeah, I would say the it's roughly 22 minions if most of the gold numbers are the same for a kill, right? And so in top lane, even though the Gnar's down 20 farm, he has a kill, right? And what really matters is that XP. So right now they're both level 8, so it's okay, you know, they're roughly the same. But mid lane, for example, the Orianna is getting poked out by the Syndra. Ooh, wait, there's a snowball in bot lane, and the Lux Q just stops it. Ooh, there may be more here with an ult. Yeah, the DH team, they have a lot of poke with that ball lane, and both are 6 with the final spark from Lux. And the Jhin ulti, they could have definitely tried to get that Karma down, but the Nunu may be caught here.
The Q?
And Nunu, he unfortunately failed his flash over the wall, and DH was able to punish him for that and really kind of collapse with that chain CC that
I don't know if you noticed, Nar got a solo kill on the Renekton on the top side, and so that's 2 solo kills now on this top lane.
Yeah, and then suddenly that, you know, goal difference, the Nar, he's respecting the matchup. I won't get close, I'll miss some minions, but if I'm able to poke you out and get those kills, suddenly missing out on that farm's not so sad. Seems like both teams are kind of backing out here. Dragon's coming up soon, and so is it Void Grubbies again?
Yes, it is grubs. It's 2 sets of grubs. Yeah, I don't actually, in my games, I don't actually know how strong grubs are. 6 grubs is definitely really strong, but if you're able to take 2 away, 4 grubs is definitely not as threatening as all 6 as well.
Yeah, it all depends on kind of the change you're looking for. And it seems like they're trying to contest it. They even brought their whole bot lane up, and, you know, this is what the Toros, they like doing. They like these fights, you know, trying to pick off the Lux Q and E, unfortunately missing. The Nude's looking to pick it off the Lux. Big mini ult. Renekton's able to kind of finish that, and they're going to have to fully give up the Void Grub.
Kind of a little bit of a sketchy play here from DH. They lost 1 kill. And they need to shift down to maybe look for, you know, this Drake to get closer to Soul, but they don't have Prio anywhere else. Let's see the TPs.
Ooh, huge flash play from the Syndra, and that may be it. Ooh. Big play from the Syndra there. That was a really good flash, and, you know, she set up her combo and was able to knock him out. But this bot lane, you know, because of that roam that DH chose to do, now there's a level gap in between the ADCs. And supports, it could get there here soon, and that's what's scary and risky about those rotations, right? They gambled, they took that chance, and unfortunately it just didn't pan out for them.
And ECU have shifted down to this Drake. They're looking to finish this relatively quickly. A TP comes out from Orianna, but I don't know if she is there in time. Jiddo comes down and is zoning them off a little bit. Maybe we could get a big Jarvan engage.
Yeah.
Can we look? Can we look?
Looking like
engage does come down onto the Syndra. Nudu is able to finish big. Or not really a big Lux ult that comes out. Kevin does go down. And, you know, DH, they lost the Drake. They lost the kill. That's a pretty bad sequence of 2 minutes there on the Grubs and the Drake.
Yeah, it seems like they were trying to contest, you know, these objectives, and they were maybe a little too overzealous about what items they had and how, and their positioning on being able to contest. But this Nar is kind of poking down the Renekton here, turning into Mega. But it seems like nothing's going to come from that except for half health. And this Nunu's trying to punish. Lux Q is a really good pick to be able to stop stuff like that.
The snowball does land on this Jin though. Can they play? That misses. Big damage coming down. Jin W misses. This is going to look like a double kill here.
So will they get a trade? They got 1? Maybe a 2? Nah, just the 1.
So close. But maybe Jarvan can look to finish up this Caitlyn here. He's looking for it.
Yeah, she's going to probably try and back here. Jarvan may try and overextend over the Nunu. Nunu's pretty low on mana too. Maybe just pick up the XP. Ooh, the Orianna again kind of dove by the Syndra there.
I think this Syndra's gonna scale. Like this Syndra's definitely gonna be a pain in DH's backside. The longer this game goes on.
Yeah, she already has her first item, and she has a bunch of build up onto not just the enemy mid laner, but also the whole DH team, and so she's going to be a force to reckon with in these team fights. But Nar looking for a trade here. Just a little poke.
Well, Space is out with a jump as well. This is beautifully played from Max. He may be able to get this.
Just kind of chilling out. He saw Renekton pop his empowered W for the stun, and he's like, yeah, you can have that. I'm okay. Classic trading in bot lane. Seems like DH is trying to push here. Jarvan's hovering around mid as well. They may try and look to shut down this Syndra, who's been able to just kind of constantly shove waves and always be there for objectives. It's been really hindering on their ability to kind of come up and try and face this Tiger team.
And the Ori down 2 level is kind of unable to play as well. You know, 1 E hits you and half your HP is gone, if not more. Really, really rough here for the Orianna. Syndra is basic gank coming out here from the Nunu, moving fast, trying to drift the snowball, doesn't land. I mean, I think Max has played really, really well this game. 2 kills on this top side. Then a That's not a 4, right? My eyes are very bad on automatics. That would be insane. A 3-level lead at 15 minutes, but
no, just level 11, and maybe they may try to have this Gnar kind of stay on the side lane, because he's the most ahead on their team, and if he's able to be a dominant force in a side lane, you can't really contest a Gnar. Who do you send against him? The Renekton's currently getting outzoned. Hold on, we may have a snowball here onto this bot lane again.
Oh, good sidestep, but it does land on the Lux. Lux Q not able to land. I think this Lux might be dead.
Yeah, they're just that snowball into Caitlyn's trap is a very consistent combo.
Oh,
but there
is here on this Jhin. Oh, this is good. Oh, max CP having to burn the flash. Is he able to get out? I think he will be able to. But man, I mean, within the span of 5 minutes, DH have really let their lead slip. They didn't have a super massive lead before, but it's starting to slip now. I think DH they've been a little reactive. I think ECU is beating up to the punch a little bit more. Oh, this is a kill on Warrior. Oh, flash out.
Flash.
This Renekton does have a little bit of chase as they do lose the tier 1 mid turret. I think this is this is a pretty rough situation to be in.
Gnar's Megaform's going down. Fortunately, they may pick off this Renekton right now. Darvin's trying to make a little trade. They haven't backed. They can maybe try and force something, but they're really fighting with scraps right now. They've not been able to, due to the rotations for these objectives, they've not been able to kind of get as much gold or be able to get an objective to match it, and so their fighting power right now is just not the strongest. And in as equal of a team as this is, whenever it comes to the actual champions on each team, it's really, really important to stay similar in gold. Otherwise, part of your team's not going to be able to match what the other team is doing. And I'm really fearful about this Syndra. Who's going to be able to answer her? The Gnar, he may not even be able to. So we just got to see what our Toros come up with and how they decide to, answer that question.
DH down about 4k gold now. I'm not really sure. ECU are pinging around this Drake. They're looking for this, and they have so much vision on that bot jungle. Ooh, the Renekton's so low. But then again, I mean, even though the Renekton is, behind and Max is putting up a good fight against Renekton, just the rest of the 4 are, like you said, you need the gold and the XP to be able to play the game. And they are taking this Drake. I think this Drake is gone. The Jarvan is on the top side, as ECU have 2 Drakes to their name. Cloud Soul?
Yeah, it is Cloud Soul. So that's going to be the Dragon Soul that ends up coming from this. It looks like it's a white color. It's either Dragon Soul or Ocean Soul. I can't quite tell the color. But either way, DH was able to respond with the Rift Herald. And so that's, again, it's a good trade. It's trying to make the most out of the situation. And as we were mentioning as well, that Syndra in the side lane, the Orianna died to them. And so once again, it's like, who's matching this Syndra?
Yeah.
They don't really have a solid answer right now. And so maybe they're going to look to make a play here. It seems like J4 is heading straight bot lane right now. We could see a play right now.
Let's see here. I mean, the Syndra has a pretty good idea of, what is coming, and so they do opt to base. I don't believe that the Jarvan will be able to get there in time. I mean, I think the Syndra and the Nunu have just made this game so hard to play for DH, right?
Yeah, I would say specifically the Syndra, for sure. Orianna, it's a tough matchup for Orianna. Both are kind of controller mages, right? Syndra with her orb, she wants to control this area. Orianna, she wants to control that area, right? But Syndra in general has a lot of raw power, and I think that's being displayed here in the 1v1 matchup. Orianna, she's a little better in team fights, but not as strong on her own, and so maybe a couple J4 ganks thrown in early game, it could have offset that raw power that Syndra has. But it just unfortunately wasn't able to come to fruition for DH as well. Let's see how they transition into mid-game, and how they want to have this Gnar take lead, and whether it's in the side lane or maybe they're going to try and get a cheeky play. The Lux is coming up, may try and get a binding off.
I think, yeah, it's gonna require a big play from Junior or Kevin to find an engage on the Syndra, and really, to chain together the CC, right? As the snowball comes down on this Orianna, able to land, starting to chunk out this Nunu is really, really strong. Ult comes out. This might be the Orianna dead. I think it will be. Oh, ult comes down. Syndra here to clean up with the E. Luxel hitting the wave a little bit, but unable to land on the Syndra. This Orianna is really struggling this game.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
You know, you want to get your XP, you want to get your gold, but at the same time, the more you're messing with the wave, the more you're pushing it right back into them, right? So what's that middle ground, you know? Is
100%.
Orianna able to set up a freeze, maybe? But it looks like their bot lane's about to try and get this Gnar out of the game for a little bit.
The Gnar does still have the top tier 1 to play with. That's about half health. They're gonna look to chunk this down, and they do have a lot of grubs. All comes down, but I don't think Max can play for this, as ECU will take top tier 1. And again, they don't have a response. I think they're looking to start this Otacon here.
Yeah, I don't know if DH can contest what the current gold is.
Oh no, they're not gonna play for the Otacon. Maybe they could have, or Syndra no TP though. So maybe they opt to, you know, wait and chill since they do have such a big advantage. Maybe opting to not force anything.
Yeah, Syndra's sitting here outside vision looking to pick off that Orianna. Nope, she just wants to keep that pressure up. You know, if she's able to bring people to her, you know, that's less people on the other side map, where maybe that's where they're going to set up for that next objective, right?
100%.
Let me see. DH trying to match right now, having the Lux hover, just has extra protection. But this Syndra, once she's level 16, she already has Rabadon, she has the Luden's Companion, she has the upgraded boots, she's getting to a very scary level, and looks like she's building a Zhonya's Hourglass, so even if the Jarvan gets on her, even if the Gnar gets on her, she'll Zhonya and stop the momentum of the fight. It's going to be really hard to get on that Syndra, and she's going to be doing a lot of damage to your team.
And I mean, like you mentioned in the early game, ECU do outpoke DH by just a little bit, right?
Yes.
And so now it's like, what can DH do, right? Like, you have to really find, you know, to get these Zhonyas out. I mean, it's so hard, right? Because you have to like engage onto them when they're poking you out, and then once you actually engage and burn your cooldowns, I mean, the Syndra's are Zhonyas, and then now like you have to wait what 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds to start the chain CC again. It's just so difficult at this point.
Not to mention the armor. Oh, wait, hold on. We may have some action here with the Lux roaming on down for Renekton. Renekton's empowered. He uses his E, it's his only dash. Some burst going down, trying to shut down this Renekton. Oh, forcing a flash as well.
Oh, Jidal comes down. Maybe can it land? Oh, Nunu here to cover.
Nunu's guy's back. But that's Prio for Dragon. And so are they going to try and push out mid and bot to set up for Dragon, or are they going to look for a pick? The Nunu, he's really tanky, he has an MR item, so you gotta ask yourself, where's this damage coming from?
Well, they do find this Nunu though. Chain CC coming down. This should be the Nunu dead. Oh, the fat barrier though. Oh, this is rough. Caitlyn ult comes down.
Too tanky.
Able to clean up the Jhin. I mean, this might be an ace here. It looks like Kevin will be able to get out. This Orianna finish off by the Caitlyn with a triple kill. That is absolutely massive from Scorp Commander. I mean, that was honestly, I think that's just gold XP diff right there.
Yeah.
Kind of nothing that DH can do. I mean, they chain CC'd. They did find the Nunu as Syndra kills this Lux. That's a rough fight. I mean, DH, they've been talking about how, you know, they want to get set up early and, you know, kind of play into this Nunu, but ECU just able to I hate that. Just able to snowball on through and snowball this game. So it looks like what should be likely an ECU victory in game 1.
Yeah, the 6k gold down is definitely going to be a hard response. And again, when it comes back to how do we get on these people, right? Caitlyn, she has one longest auto attack ranges in the game. Okay, you get on her, right? But you need the damage to follow up. Karma has a shield. Nunu, he has a lot of CC to be able to peel a little bit, right? Ooh, and the Syndra ult, they're trying to trade though.
Do we have Lux ult? Oh, fat E. Oh, Lux ult! Ah, barely misses to the left.
Yeah, it's a good sidestep from the Syndra, and once again, the Syndra, it just seems like she's a little out of control this game, you know. Again, DH, I don't think has been able to answer the question, what can we do against this Syndra? What would you try and do against this Syndra?
I'd probably look to next draft to see, because I mean, I think this Syndra might be too far gone. About to hit level 16, like you said.
Which is a power spike for her, by the way.
As if she's not strong enough already.
Yep.
probably already has 120 stacks. You know, has the Rabadons, probably has the Hourglass. So this 80 CS up. I mean, yeah,
CS up, has the 8 kills. I think what DH is really going to have to look for is some type of poke, you know? Not poke, excuse me, some type of pick. That's kind of the biggest thing about League's tempo. You're trying to play off an enemy team's mistakes, you know?
100%.
I think in last team fight, you know, they were able to pick out the Nunu, but again, it's a Nunu.
Yeah.
He's tanky, you know? If you look at his build, he has a Sunfire Cape, he has a Ruin, and at Nana they tried to send, again, someone to go after this Syndra, but unfortunately she's got the items, she has the levels. It's going to be really scary trying to walk up to her here.
I'm not exactly sure how much. This is not like a slight at ECU, but I'm curious as to the thought behind ECU sending Syndra into this bot lane, because it does seem to be working, right? I mean, if DH wants to kill the Syndra, look, they're sending like 3 or 4 people at the Syndra, and it's giving up so much tempo across the map. This might be a kill onto the Syndra. Was that 1,700 gold bounty? That is a big kill, but ECU get that Baron off that, and so that's setting them up, you know, to really finish off this game.
Baron also gives 300 gold for every team, every individual nearby. It gives them the gold for the team that slays.
So they went positive, right? Like,
yeah, you lose the 700 bounty and maybe 300 gold for the Syndra.
And they get Otacon and GA.
Yeah, they get the Otacon. They also just got 1,200 gold total, 360. Yep, math's right on that one. And so again, it's like, okay, Syndra brought them all bot side, but they got 2 objectives off of it. And DH, they were able to respond with little turret, and again, sending that gold onto someone.
This Nunu is fast. This Nunu is fast.
He has places to be. He's rolling around. But if you notice, that shutdown gold went to the J4, right? And so it's like, what item is he going to look to buy with that? Is there going to be some type of fighting item that he's able to get here?
Looks like he's building some magic resist. I don't have the knowledge to guess to guess what it is.
With that, maybe a Rubrin as well, something similar to what the Nunu's building, if the build pattern is still the same. But yeah, this, you know, they got the touchdown, but you always have to ask yourself, right? Okay, we got this advantage, but what's it actually doing for us?
Yeah,
right. The effect of it. Okay, we got the Syndra, but unfortunately, that goes down to one of our, you know, frontliners who he's kind of supposed to go into a fight, corral them together, and then if he lives, great. If not, oh well. We ideally wipe them, right?
100%.
And so you really wanted that gold onto Kismet's Jin, or maybe the Oriana, or even the Lux, you know. The Nunu's relentless here, rolling in with the snowball.
The W is able to come out from Kismet, a little bit of a snipe, ensure that Junior lives, but there's really no. There's really no play here. They have GA. The Syndra's here. This could be a match pick for DH.
Something that Syndra did do there is she flashed offensively. Oh, and it looks like they're trying to get the trade onto Renekton in the meantime. And this could be really huge trade. Ooh, the Oriana.
Let's use the Hourglass with the Jarvan ult. That Syndra's GA down, but again, it's GA. It's such a rough spot to be in for DH here.
Fighting an uphill battle for sure.
You know, I've seen bigger comebacks, but I'm not even really sure how to go about this comeback. Right? I don't think there's necessarily a strategy that DH can do to like force a mistake. I think ECU just has to like overstep and make a mistake, and so far they've done a really good job. You know, the Syndra hasn't been really caught in side lane at all, other than the Baron fight, which was almost done by intention, right? Like
they profit off that. They're okay taking that risk, right?
And this Nunu's so tanky, by the way. Like,
oh yeah,
the Renekton able to follow up on the Nunu. The Nunu's so low, but again, so fast, just able to walk away. And I think they will go for this Drake. I mean, they have so much control on this bot jungle. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be sole point for ECU.
Yeah, the type of play that the Tauros would want to kind of look here for is to either try and freeze a wave, so then they're able to kind of collect that gold for a bit, right? But with objectives, well, now there's no objectives on the map, but during that time, trying to freeze waves, gain those resources. The other response, though, is if they were to able to clear out vision in their own jungle, because if we see on our red side, there's 2 enemy wards up from the tires.
Yeah.
So even if you try and set something up in your red side jungle, you can't. It's warded.
Yep.
Right? And so they really should try and free some waves or clear out their jungle, set up a little trap, and pray one of the squishies get overzealous and try to take advantage of their lead. Any shutdown on that Caitlyn, for example, going on to the Jhin, going on to the Orianna, even the Lux, it could really switch the team fight, because then suddenly if they are able to poke out the Kate or Karma, it's now 5v4. Those are
100%.
better odds. Still, it will be one uphill battle. They finally got the, it was Air Soul, and so every time they ult, there's a movement speed increase, which is perfect on this Karma. The Syndra's gonna love that. The Renekton's gonna love that. So again, it's just an uphill battle for these Doras.
I think something that I look to is that, or if I were to take a positive from this, is that DH actually were able to play a pretty steady first 10 minutes, but it was really just the one swing fight on the Grubs and Drake that kind of killed their game, right? I mean, sometimes you make a mistake and it snowballs the whole game. I'm really gonna, like, I'm blacklisting the term snowball. We're just banning that first ban. But yeah, they really just have so much momentum. They got both objectives. And now I think
It's a little out of control at the moment.
the Syndra is 5 levels up. Don't look Syndra levels. Don't look Syndra gold. Don't look Syndra items. This Renekton is just gonna walk onto this Gnar. DH are living, but I feel like they're stalling the inevitable. This one's
It's pretty brutal.
Yeah,
It would take the Tigers to... Ooh, the Orianna Shockwave.
barrier does come out. The block is so good.
Yep, and then try and respond.
And Caitlyn ult comes out. This is
Ace in the hole for that poor Orianna. And it's just this uphill battle. You know, the Karma, she's building a lot more enhancer base, right? So if one of her teammates does get stunned, she's able to, you know, cleanse that for them. She has a bunch of shields that also provide healing on the side, right? So it's a really tough middle ground of what can we go here for. And unfortunately, it looks like they're trying their best, but
to get onto the
tanks at the
Syndra,
front. It's just snowball madness, you know? It's a blizzard out here.
We're betting all snow words as ECU hits down the Nexus and takes game 1. DH will need to find a way to neutralize this ECU draft and make a little bit of a comeback.
Yeah, let's see how they decide to respond to the new pick. That seemed to be very impressive alongside that Syndra, right? What was the answer there? What could they do next time? And 100%. I think that's, if I was DH right now, I would take the time to say, do we want to look to ban that? Do we want to set that up? Right? And on Tiger side, great job, especially mid to late, holding their advantage. You know,
100%.
they really took advantage of, we have priority, we can go for this, right? They now have to decide, does DH go for the turret and get the golden XP, or do they try to contest, right? One, yeah, you pick up that golden XP, but how many dragons do you give away? How many Autocons do you give away? There's only so many times you can.
They're always leveraging their advantage for something else. They're not just letting DH, you know, get stuff back for free, right?
Yeah. You have to choose. Do you want the wave and XP, or do you want this objective?
100%.
You know, and then when you're able to do that consistently, you're going to be able to control the game. Suddenly, it gets a lot easier setting up vision. You already have the waves pushing.
And so, just one last closing note. After this game 1, DH, you know, I think their mindset is really strong, and it's a long series. It's 5 games. It's not easy to win 3 league matches in a row, right? Even if everything goes perfectly for you. And so let's look forward to DH bouncing back and see, or from an ECU perspective, how they can close this out in the next draft. As we take a quick intermission before game 2.
See you guys.
And we are back with game 2. Inshallah, Nunu got banned and Syndra banned. We are up. I'm so ecstatic. I will not have to see that champ, hopefully, for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I guess the storm's passed over. But with the Syndra coming out banned as well, they're definitely saying, hey, we don't want to continue letting what happened last game. We want brand new, fresh start. And Tigers are still responding with the same bans, the Swain, the Zaya. And do you remember who? Oh, the Ivern. Yep.
The Ivern, yep. Typical. That's probably Kevin's, one of the best Kevin champs. I actually, this is like a little bit of a hot take. If I was ECU personally, I wouldn't ban the Ivern. I'm not just saying that as bait, but I just feel like the Ivern, Ivern's like a setup, like he helps, he supports the team.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even if Kevin is strong on it, as CH will take the Caitlyn away from ECU, but I don't feel like the Ivern, even though he's strong, I don't feel like he really like creates a game plan. He kind of like helps everyone, and so I would personally try to expose other members rather than take away the supporting character rather.
Yeah, it really depends on comp, like Ivern is huge anti-poke, right? And so then they've locked in this Karma again. They went Caitlyn Karma game 1. So maybe that's kind of the game play that they really want. So that's why they're like, we don't want this Ivern going through. It's to deny
100%,
being able to draft into that. But Toro's here getting the Caitlyn. It's going to be really interesting to see what type of support they want to pair with that. They could go someone a little more brawly, maybe like a Braum or Alistar, right? Or maybe they'll go something more enchanting. Maybe we'll see the Lux again. The Lux can be really hit or miss. It's really scary. It's a huge risk, but when it pays off, you could definitely annihilate 2 people.
I wonder if DH will pick support here, because ECU did take away some of the support picks in the second phase, and so I really wonder what they're talking about in draft. My guess here, Wukong. I like the Wukong. I think it does provide a lot of damage and a lot of crowd control when the Zac jumps in, especially with the ult. And so, yeah, I think Wukong this season has been probably Kevin's like top 3 champs.
Nice. It's good to see that. And Wukong, I know his passive is able to kind of get rid of armor a little bit. So I love the idea of Wukong building Black Cleaver here, especially if that's something he's frequently building right now, to be able to enhance that Gnar and enhance the Caitlyn. Because it seems like that's kind of the role Kevin plays. He played that J4 last game, and he did the exact same thing, right? So will Wukong go the Black Cleaver to be able to shred some of this armor? We'll see how tanky the Tigers get and if that value's there.
And then ECU take this handshake Jin. Is that just the matchup that we're gonna see all night? Caitlyn Jin. But I think that is the type of ADC that both teams like to play. I don't really see them favoring like the Jinx or one of a more like, I guess, hyper carry champ. I think they definitely prefer the longer range ADCs.
Yeah, be able to kind of poke each other from far, and then late game let the front line, and I'll be way in the back chilling. But the Yone coming out, the Alistar band coming out.
Same exact bands. If I had to guess, this band's a Yasuo. If it's not, I'll give someone $1.
Well, we'll have to see. The Yasuo would actually go well with the Tigers team, so I wouldn't be shocked if it's in their champ pool, but that's also a lot of physical damage too. So maybe that's something Toros want. Toros want them, hey, load up on that physical damage. I'll build the armor. I'll build the health. You're not getting through me. So, because the Gnar's pretty tanky, the Wukong's pretty tanky, and it's an Urgot ban for the top lane matchup.
I owe someone $1. Type 1 in chat if you want that $1, and I will deliver that to you. Aurora pick here.
I don't know. I'm really excited about that. If it's in top lane, it's to match the trading that Gnar does range-wise. If it's in mid lane, it could be also scary as a more explosive mage. I'm not too sure where Aurora frequents nowadays.
I think Aurora did get nerfed. I remember 3 months ago you could really like do one-shot bursts with Aurora. Now I think not as much, but she still is a pretty strong champ. And it's Galio. Wait, hold on. this could be Galio support.
Yeah, it's a good
could be
flex
Galio
pick.
support. Yeah.
The Toros are going to have to also pick their second, so we should have an answer here soon. The Galio pick I find very interesting because the Karma is magical damage, and so is the Aurora, right? And also the Zac. So it's actually getting a lot of value, and it's like, okay, what's y'all's last pick? Are you going to send that Zac top or in jungle? I would assume jungle. Where again, the Galio, if he's in bot lane, he's going to soak up that Karma, but they go with the Nautilus. They have a very, very beefy front line, and the Wukong may go for a little more damage than bulk.
I actually like the Nautilus a lot. I think maybe that's something that they might have been missing in the last game as ECU played this Renekton. Nautilus being a hook champ, it gives you like easy engage, right? Maybe the hook not so easy to hit at times if you watch my gameplay. But Nautilus will knock up. Maybe you could do a cute little chain knock up Nautilus, Galio, and then Wukong as well. Like there definitely is chain CC to be had here on DH's side. How do you like ECU's this draft compared to their last one?
I was feeling pretty good about it. I'm like, oh, they're kind of going, back and forth. But I'll be honest, the Nautilus pick was a incredible pick here. The reason for that is Jhin immobile, right? He has no dashes.
Yep.
He has no move speed except off his shots. The Karma, very similar. All she has is a shield speed up. Zac, the only mobility he has is that leap, right? Aurora, little jump, but outside of that, maybe an ult. And then Renekton, he has to dash on someone to get the max range on the dash. If he just dashes forward, it's pretty predictable. So this Nautilus, I think watching the Nautilus this game is going to be huge in how they utilize that advantage. And honestly, team fight wise, Toro has a better identity as well. They love this mosh pit identity where, Nautilus, he starts the fight, and then the Galio ult's coming from the sky, the Meganar to shove them into the wall, right? They have all these wombo combos going on. I'm really interested to see if Tiger's going to be able to poke them out before they get to that.
5v5 in the Baron pit at 20 minutes.
If it's equal gold, probably Toros.
Yeah, probably with the Wukong goal.
Yeah.
Wow. You can't... Sorry, for anyone in the audience, we are trying to get the cameras. We have DH have set up their whiteboard. They are dialed in. They're locked in. Wait, don't leak. Come back. But DH, I don't know. I don't even know what is on that whiteboard. It doesn't even look like it's a league. Maybe, but DH have brought out the whiteboard. They're dialed in.
Setting the atmosphere.
Yep. So, as we're going to take a quick intermission into game 2. I'm excited. DH are excited. The whiteboard is excited. Nat, the new addition to the casting crew. Are you excited, Nat? I got two thumbs up. That's a yes. We're all excited. And we're going to take a quick break before we hop into game 2.
2 thumbs up and no shield.
Alright everyone, welcome back for game 2 of Dominguez Hills versus ECU, guys. We messed up the banners. DH did lose the first game.
Yeah.
Production crew slacking a little bit, but it's fine. We'll forgive them this one time only. As DH are going for another play, this time in the bottom bush. Wait, Jin, walk up.
They are
he
looking for
warded.
There's a ward.
Cringe ward.
They could still get someone if they don't respect. Usually teams just give when this happens. Surely they.
Big!
And that's a
First blood,
for Toro.
massive.
I'm really shocked that Jin stayed there. But it was very good to be able to. It seems like they didn't use any sums. Toros did. The Galio Flash, and they are sending just Galio mid. So we'll be able to kind of see live replay styles.
Big!
And that's a
First blood,
for Toro.
massive.
Get it done, and then go back to our
really
lane. Shocked. Where'd that kill go on? Are we able to get
Max? It was Max.
Max.
Max is now 2 for 2 on First Bloods.
In the series,
in the series.
And using the boots, his first buy, he went back to base, he came back with boots. He's going to be able to space on this Renekton all day. This Renekton's going to not enjoy that movement speed buff.
And Max has been bossing this Renekton, even last game. I mean, the rest of DH were really down. Max was even level in items by 16, and he actually had the lead. It was only because the Renekton, again, no shade, but the rest of Renekton's team was able to play around him. And so, let's see how this Galio does. A lot more survivability than Orianna. A lot tankier. Chicken skin.
Yeah. Gotta get the April Fool's joke, even though it's already passed.
April Fool's is the whole month.
But we'll see how this bot lane also plays. The Tigers, they're a little more poke based, right? But one hook from the Nautilus into a trap combo, they will take that trade all day. So it's gonna come down to a lot of wave management skills. And it seems like the Tigers are making sure that crashes, so DH can't really set anything up. And pathing wise, it seems like Zach is trying to match the Wukong here, but Wukong plays faster, for sure. He does physical damage, he's able to get in more autos. And so, at least early game, I'm expecting Wukong to beat the Zach bot lane, and that could be the
big
fight
sun
they're looking for.
Massive, can we get another kill here?
Looks like just a little trade.
Press. No, I'm kidding.
I'm hoping Max is able to kind of focus on zoning off the Renekton here. You know, this is kind of looking pretty big from the Gnar. Again, that move speed is no joke. Renekton, he's trying to get that empowered Q off, but if you can't get in range because that move speed, the W passive from Gnar as well, it doesn't really matter.
I'll give credit where credit's due. I think in the first game, big. Not that big. I forgot Gal didn't do that much damage.
Yeah.
But I'll give credit where the credit due. The Renekton in the first game really did a good job of maintaining top prio. Even though Max was up in kills and probably like around even in gold, the top prio really allowed for ECU to play for the grubs, and that's what messed up. As the hook lands, root comes down. The Jin having to flash out. Net lands. Dak is here to cover. May look to counter gauge. Jump onto the trap.
They may just take that Jin flash and say, hey, let's reset. Let's keep our tempo, you know, because now for the next 5 minutes,
well, they're moving.
They're not going to be able to contest Dragon.
They're moving.
Just jump onto that Jin.
They're moving for the Drake here. Maybe they can look for something. I love Zach as a champ.
He's pretty funny.
He's funny. He's like goofy. It's also pretty fun to play.
Yeah. He's really fun to work with. But we'll be able to see how he's able to slingshot his team into the lead with this one. But for now, Gnar shoving in that top wave and looking to get a reset off. And bot, it seems like try and zone off the Jin and Karma right now, you know, being like, hey, this is our XP and gold. We don't really want you messing with it. Doing good zoning here. TP from mid lane and top lane. Seems like they want prio. They may look to go for an objective here.
Probably Drake, if I had to imagine. I think DH in recent weeks have looked to play for the first Drake and second set of grubs usually. Oftentimes opting for even the second Drake as well. And so, bot has prio. Well, it's a kill onto the Karma. That's massive.
There must have been a huge pick there. The Karma must have overextended a little bit, and that Kate combo trap that we're talking about, you know, all it takes is one not hook and one not setup, and suddenly the Caitlyn trap, the Caitlyn burst, it just does not matter.
Nautilus is basing. It doesn't look like there's a lot of movement on this Drake, which is Jin is they're both bot side is both basing. DH not opting to go for Drake right away. Zach looking for this mid pick, but I don't think he'll find anything yet. He just got slowed by the Nautilus, or not the Nautilus, the Galio. Sorry.
This Galio pick, I really enjoyed it because anytime that jungler comes to roam, they both do magic damage. Guess what Galio's naturally resistant to? Magic damage. They bring up that Karma for a roam, right? Also magic damage. The Galio pick here is really having a lot of inherent value because even if you throw another champion onto him, he has that magic shield. He has the numbers to be able to sustain that. So DH, they could focus a little less on mid and more of these objectives, which again, we're seeing them do right now. They got the Caitlyn, they got the Nautilus up there. Again, they're willing to sack that wave in bot to make sure they get this objective.
I wonder if there'll be any movement from ECU on this Drake.
I don't think so. Their jungler's bot side, you know, they're like, oh, we can't really contest. Renekton, he just had to TP back, which means he doesn't have TP for Drake. It's going to be straight 4v4, and they're seeming to try and reply with this dragon.
Zach is trying to hit it. Galio looking to press the issue on mid, but Aurora is moving. I can't really tell who has tempo there. Oh, this bot wave is massive.
Yeah.
Junior just has to hold it up. I think they are going to just give up this Drake, opting just, you know, to take the grubs, just handshake it, and be happy. And speaking about handshakes, I think something that I want to look into, I might be getting a little ahead of myself, is the exchange between Caitlyn and Jin in the draft. It'll be really interesting to see how each team feels about each respective champ, right? Because what happens if, you know, the Jin doesn't work for either team, but Caitlyn is like killing it, right? Then it's like, do we like just ban the Caitlyn? Like, what do we do, right? So,
blue side always drafts for it. Oh wait,
well, big hook, big root
with the Zac response, but Wukong's right here as well, heading onto the Caitlyn.
Wukong is 6. That's a level up. He could cover.
Oh, and the Galio rotating down. That
kill the Zac groups. Oh, big hook as well.
Big hook. Oh, big flash from Kissman.
That's
as well.
massive. Wait, don't let the Zac live. He's gonna.
Junior taking that one up,
stealer.
Though. Yeah. It's more picking up some gold, I guess, but you know what?
All good. Hit the plates, hit the plates.
Yep, get the plates, get the reset, allow yourself to breathe a little more on the map. That's a really huge tempo thing from DH right now. As we're slowly getting into later stages of early game, a lot more objectives are going to come up, and DH currently almost has 2,000 gold on them. It's going to be really important to see who has that gold, where's that value going, how are they going to use it.
If league games were 10 minutes long, DH would be up 2-0 right now. But unfortunately, DH still need to look to convert on their lead. You know, 2,000 gold lead, really, really good. But we saw this last game, they're able to, you know, chain together 2 or 3 kills. No more mishaps on the Drake and the Grubs. I think this game they were a lot more patient. Or in this early game, they seem to be a lot more patient. I think they're probably just going to pick one and, you know, stick to it. Really, like you said, I don't know if you said it into the microphone, but we were talking about it. Actually, you know, having a proper setup and guaranteeing that ECU can't even step up to the objective that they are trying to get.
Yeah, keep that tempo going. If our broadcasting crew could show us the minion count from mid lane right now, the Galio is still down by 40 farm, which is a pretty good amount. But if you think about it, what's his role this game compared to last game? Last game, he is on Orianna. That does a little more damage. That requires a lot more kind of stepping up, right? But Galio, he's a meat shield at the end of the day. He's here to soak up that Aurora, that Karma, and Zac. And every role, every member on the team, it is vital that they fulfill what they need to do. And this Galio, he's on track to do it. This Renekton, I don't think he wants to trade.
He might have messed up. Max is going to look to press the issue here. He's about half rage. Can he make a play? One more Q proc would have really chunked him out, but
I think he's keeping him here a little bit to try and deny CS. It's actually, sometimes going for the kill isn't as worth as doing this. Sure, you kill, you gain 300 gold, but if you're able to deny this XP and gold, that's a lot more brutal than gaining that gold for you.
I don't know if I agree. The stat, like the stat at the end of the game, to me is like pretty cool. You know, even if my team loses, yo, the extra kill at the end of the game,
KDA.
Yeah, KDA player. Wait, they're paying for this. Oh, they have vision. There's a ward there. I don't think this Aurora really has a play, but I think it's gonna help Duma Pike get into the rhythm of the game and help him CS a little bit. They're gonna zone him off the wave. It looks like they're making a move toward the scrubs, especially with top prio
and mid prio. The junior coming up, helping push out.
100%.
Wukong,
they're picking.
They may look for a dive
play?
here.
Oh no, they're just going into the pit.
Would have been a little crazy.
Come on, guys, go fight us 5v5 in the pit.
No, I don't think Tigers are in the place to be able to, swipe away with their claws like that. I think they need to kind of hold them back and kind of continue farming and soaking up that XP and gold.
Yeah.
But there may be a dive here in bot lane, Hopefully DH is calling out. Oh, Kismet respecting. They're like, we don't know where anyone is. They got caught on a trap. Hey, take up this space. This is all yours. I'm not trying to give my lead.
Can we make a play on Renekton? He's feeling a little confident. Can we go?
They're finishing up the Void Grubs. We'll see if they're looking to kind of make a play there.
Kevin cancels his base. He pinked. He's going. He's...
Ooh! Meganar missing. Seems like he's out in Meganar form as well. They're calling it off. Now they're just looking to get that reset off. Maybe contest that dragon because it's coming up. And so how will the Galio be able to push out mid? How will bot be able to push out mid? This next 50 seconds are really, really going to show what team's setting up for it, what are they sacrificing for it. And I implore everyone to really pay attention to what's being given here.
If a Toro and a Tiger were to fight in real life, who do you think would win?
That's a good question. I don't know. The size of Toro is pretty big. May not be able to swipe away enough to get that big Toro down. But maybe in the game.
Oh, big knockup. Aurora having to come down, but Wukong is here. Flash bird, but unable to get overwall. That is a massive kill. Can we play for the Drake? Nautilus is looking for this jungle, but the bot side opting to back up. Can we hit the Drake?
Yeah, they just shoved out mid, and they're immediately heading towards Dragon. They're saying, hey. And as you can see, the Zac, he has to respond to that, right? They don't want to give up all those minions and gold. So if we, look to mid lane right now, yes, we're doing Dragon, but guess who has to reply to these minions? It's the jungler. And when the jungler is forced to respond like that, go take an objective. You know
100%.
It's uncontested, right? And this is perfect play by DH.
See, this is the line that we needed last game, this is what we needed last game was, take it one by one, play for the grubs, reset, find our tempo again to go play for the Drake. Because it's a whole different ballgame if that's the case. The Zac here trying to look for a kill, but big stun on this Meganar. The boop does come down from the Zac. The Gnar opting to back away a little bit.
And he's able to pick off the Renekton as well, and his teleport should still be down, so he may have to make a chirp.
I think this Zac should be fine though, just because of his passive.
This Gnar's getting a little out of control.
Hook!
2-level gap right now.
Nope. No hook. All good.
And we could see the Zac, he's pathing towards boss side too, so this Renekton's going to be a sitting duck. If Gnar's able to maybe get back up there with the Wukong, they may be able to once again dent this Renekton. And Renekton, he's a snowballing champ. If you aren't able to get ahead
you're not
early,
allowed to say that word. You're not allowed to say the word.
If Renekton's not able to get online early, that's more your speed. He's just going to have a bunch of crocodiles.
Oh, big taunt. Yep. Also, Renekton, not a duck. He would be a sitting crocodile. Crocodile, alligator?
He's technically a demigod. He's probably both. Who knows?
Both?
Both. We'll say both.
Oh, word.
But yeah, this Renekton seems like Wukong is backing, maybe setting up for bot lane dragon. But this Gnar, he may have no problems getting another solo kill. It's really scary in this top lane right now, and DH doesn't seem too worried about it. They're even sending down the Galio right now. We're able to pan over to the Galio. He's sitting in between this mid and bot lane, and it's like, I don't know, are we looking for something bot? Are we not? But the Meganar,
big stun. Can we have another Q? Another Q frog?
This is big trading. Ooh, I mean,
good spacing there.
Look, this Galio, he's shoving in. He has those Void Grubs. I think we're going to look for a roam here bot. Oh, and we have an unexpected pause. Please wait.
All right, I get to be more off topic now. So
Ox Tiger?
So Ox Tiger, like, I think it would depend, right? Like, if it was in the Baron pit, I think the Ox would for sure win. But if it was in the forest, I think the tiger probably has in the jungle. In the jungle. What about like in the river?
In the river.
In the river.
I'm how familiarized are you with animals in general? I know nothing.
I'm like, I've seen like a few documentaries. I've seen a documentary or two. I've seen like the Disney documentary in theaters about like the wildlife in Africa. There's like water buffalo. I don't know if ox is the same as buffalo, but
there's someone who like understands animals way more than us right now, and they're just face palming. They're literally like, "What are these guys talking about?" But no, I don't know. I mean, no, I don't know. Toro's bigger, so maybe in an enclosed area it may be better. But I don't know. Tigers are quicker.
What about all the league champions versus 1 billion tigers?
1 billion tigers for league champions. There's literal gods in the league roster. So I'd hope a god could smite down some tigers, no matter how many.
Smite.
Oh,
is it level 1 smite or level 3 smite? Because level 3 smite might take out a lot of tigers.
Oh my.
Oh, we're back.
Looking paused. Maybe check in to see if the game has officially unpaused or not. But how are you feeling about what should Tigers be looking right now to do to get back into this game? Because they seem to be clawing down this hill right now.
Look at that. I'm kidding.
Oh, the fight's actually
honestly,
breaking out.
Oh, it is pandemonium here. The Zac and Aurora comes out. This Nautilus is taking no damage though.
This may get out of
this. Galio's tanked. Oh, the Zac is moving so quick. Do we have anything? Smite comes down. Taunt.
Oh,
the root is big. Oh, can he live? Oh,
but he drags the Zac.
But the team is here. The Wukong.
Oh, the big threshold.
Can we find a kill onto the Aurora here? Caitlyn all comes down. That is 1 down. We're chasing down this Karma. Where is my screen? Nar able to take the turret. What is going on right now? Caitlyn able to finish off the Zac. That is massive. Yeah. I believe that is a 2-for-1. Can we get anything off this? Baron, or not Baron, Herald spawn is a little far away, but that's a pretty good fight from DH. I know you were talking about a little bit earlier about ECU. And that is 1 down. We're chasing down. I think play for mid. I think their mid laner has been really good in his first game and a half. He's up CS. I mean, maybe he just needs to look to play a little bit more and really press his advantage. Because especially in a game like this where his team doesn't have the same tempo that they did last game.
Oh yeah.
I think he really needs to be the playmaker in this game and look for big burst of damage. I don't know exactly what the Aurora threshold is, but if I mean the team is so tanky, the only person you could really find is Caitlyn, right? And so
yeah, that's kind of the thing. DH, they drafted a really brawly front line, and one of the few squishier roles in the game is usually a mid laner, but they opted to go for this Galio, which also counters that Zac, and counters the Karma, and counters the Aurora. So even this Galio's a beefy, champion, despite. Let's see the farm if we're able to here for the Galio versus Aurora. We could kind of get a good idea. Yeah, I mean, down 60 farm, but guess what? 5 assists. He's playing his role, and
100%.
That's what matters. You have to play to your strengths. You have to know, okay, they have a magic jungler. They're picking these poking supports.
Feats of strength. Feats of strength too, by the way. I don't know if this is like updated information, but I do believe that with feats, the team that has feats does win about 70-ish% of the time, maybe around 65 to 75% of the time, and so it's looking pretty good for DH.
Heard about that statistic as well, and we'll be able to see how DH plays with it.
Oh, big stun!
Also fighting bot lane.
Renekton having to pop the ult there. It looks like he will get away, but ult for an ult, not too bad. Renekton does have the TP advantage, but his rage bar is going to be low when he does opt to go into the fight. This Drake is up. Can we take down this Drake? Yep, it looks like the Wukong and the Caitlyn are hitting it. This 1v1 is still going. Hob, can we proc this? Oh, there's Renekton is so hurt, having to flash out. That's a big sorry, my brain is blanking. I can't figure out what is big.
You're good. There's a lot happening there.
Yeah.
DH was able to secure that dragon, forcing the Renekton flash with skirmish, and now they're not done. They're looking to really send these Tigers back home.
The taunt comes in. Kismet looking to clean this up. Zach is so tanky, he has to pop the ult, but he should be dead. Kismet will be able to clean this up. You know, I think Caitlyn is really the pick. If you pick Caitlyn, you win.
They had the chain CC there for the Zac too. That Zac wasn't going anywhere anytime soon.
100%.
With a Nautilus and Galio, your CC chained forever, and you had one.
Junior, can you look for the hook? Or Renekton looking for a little bit of engage, able to land a stun. Galio is here to cover, but ECU, maybe, I don't know if they did it on purpose, but it was a really good in and out. In and out's really good, by the way. Shout out to the double. ECU able to just bait out this Galio ult, and now I don't think he'll have it for the next objective fight. Brilliant. I can't see, can't track in my head when the next objective will spawn.
Yeah, it may be a little bit, but I will say that was a really nice play, like you're mentioning, from Tigers, letting that fight break out, forcing Galio, because it's not a short cooldown either. And so we're really going to be able to see, like, what are the next steps here to the Tigers, again, try and get back into this, are they able to get a pick maybe, someone's at the wrong place at the wrong time.
This Galio ult's almost halfway up.
Yeah, yeah, maybe it's maybe they have a good amount of CDR.
That's actually kind of fast.
Lot quicker than it used to be, at least.
Ooh, are we able to look onto this Aurora? We're paying for it. Can we move here?
She doesn't have the
hook?
same power she did last game.
Kobe. Oh, no hook. Oh, saving the hook here. This should be a dead Aurora. Can we land a hook? We're just gonna give it up.
Hops away.
That's fine. That's fine. Need to be careful though. Zach and Jin are moving. Oh, Junior has to be careful. Oh, just gonna place down a ward and back up.
Ward battles trying to, take up the space. Someone's got to go mid, push that out. Someone's got to push out bot, and it seems like they really want to kind of control for Atacon here.
Both top laners having TP max up 2 levels. And with the prio, Max is moving down, opting not to use the TP. Big taunt coming out onto the Zac. The Zac is tanky. He will have the respawn, having to ult out. So maybe they'll look for re-engage. United TP is coming down. What is his rage bar? His rage bar is pretty full. Doombot Pike zoning them off with the Caitlyn trap. How can they engage? Big knockup onto the Zac, but the Zac shield is just so big. The Jin ult coming down. Who will finish the Otacon? Can we spike? Can we spike? Can we spike? Wukong does get it. Can we back? Oh, we're gonna flip.
They have the GA buff. You might as well look for it. They're gonna start
coming down.
Back.
Onto the Zac. Can they play it?
The Nara's on their back line right now, killing
Max is going crazy. Big root. This Karma's dead. This Karma's gone. This Karma's gone. Can we play? Can we play?
And they're still, again, they're using that GA passive to its max effect there, and they're not done. This Nar raised havoc on
this
them.
Jin is dead. This Jin is so dead. Can we kill
This
the
is
Aurora?
a great fight for them.
Get your get back from last game.
There's no reason for them to kind of let them run away with this. They got that GA. They can go for it.
Oh, flash burn as well.
That's huge.
That's
a lot of
absolutely
value here. I think Tigers, they just took a very heavy hit. They lost the objective. They also, lost 4 of their members at a time. And, DH, yes, you send them back to base, but they're right back on the map. And I think that's the thing that a lot of people forget about this Atacon buff. You were able to immediately get back on the map and immediately start pushing out those lanes. Look at where the Galio is, right? And he was one people dead. He's now able to match up top. He's able to keep that prio going. So if they want to go for a Baron, they can. They need vision in red side, they can.
I've casted about 20 games of League this year. I still can't tell which Otacon is which.
To my knowledge, the bottom right one spawns the GA one, and then the top left one spawns the flower buff.
Is it a random? Well, I've also seen the flower one spawn on the bottom.
Then maybe it's random, or it could be up to which side has more action going on. It could be tied to that, who's there the longest in the sense of people who are outside that lane. But this Galio Renekton matchup could be...
Oh, we're paying for the bot side. We're looking for the Aurora, the Nautilus. If our producer can kindly shift over to the bot lane with the Zac engage, there is a 2v2 going on this bot side. Aurora having to come out. It looks about even right now. The Zac and Nautilus both do about 0 damage. But big engage coming out from DH. Maybe they can look to find out the Zac. The Zac is rooted.
Look at the Renekton.
Having to flash out.
The Galio's
no TP in a match.
And Galio's going to start frontlining for them.
We still have 2 GAs up. That's actually a good play from DH, able to find the kill on the Zac, and they're gonna look to play for this Drake.
Choosing to bring that Galio down. We'll see if it's needed if they try to contest. If not, may have been a little too much on DH's side, but hey, rather be safe than sorry. I can get it. But this does contest Soul Point, which is huge because it means DH could set it up to where, okay, you give us Soul Point or you lose this really big other thing. So if I was in DH shoes, no one can match that Gnar right now. Gnar is quicker than the Aurora. Gnar is quicker than this Renekton. He has levels on them. Send Gnar to your top lane, have everyone, or bot lane, have everyone else pushing out mid. Then you have to make the tough decision. Do we lose our whole bot side or do we try and contest Baron?
100%. I don't know how ECU got into this position because I didn't even think that they were like overstepping or anything like this. They just have slowly bled out in this game. You know, I don't.
It's the little things that add up.
Yeah.
You know, DH pushing out waves, letting it crash. Okay, make that decision, right? We talked about that Zac having to cover mid while they're getting Dragon, you know? Stuff like that. It's those little nuances that really make the difference between, like...
Oh, stun. Do we have ult into the wall? Massive, able to chunk out half HP. This Renekton is looking to fight on the Gnar, but no one is here to help. Nautilus is also here to cover as well. This Renekton having to flash, but he's pretty much dead. Maybe shouldn't have flashed there because it was a little bit of a dire situation. They're looking to move on this Gnar, but Junior is here. Can we land a hook? Kobe does land onto the Zac, kind of not the target that you want to land on. But able to just hit the blast cone and depart. What can we play for here?
No objectives are
Baron's,
really up.
Baron's
so
coming up.
You could kind of set up some vision, push out waves. I will say this Gnar, he's probably going to head straight bot. Yep.
And he has CP as well.
Maybe.
The Baron is spawned in, and so Junior will take him about 3 business days to finish his Baron if no one comes to help. But thankfully, DH able to expedite his shipping. Gnar TPing to the top wave is going to push this out. This is great macro from DH. I know they do have an advantage, but this is good looks right here.
Gnar looked like he was heading bot, and then he was TPing top. Ooh, stopping that.
Oh, that's massive! That's worth.
Yep.
Can we help? Can we help?
He can just walk away. You know, they finish that Baron. They could look for a reset, buy items, and then go back out and push out these waves. The Gnar TP top, I think that was just a key prio. I think, you know, if he kept pushing bot, that could have been a big move, and maybe Tigers could have looked to play off of that. But you know what? They're going to reset, and they're going to stay cluttered, and maybe try and force a victory here. They have 6k gold on them. There's that soul coming up that we were talking about. You know, they're able to make them and say, hey, make the tough decision. Do you want to contest us, or do you want to go for this soul?
100%. I just want to see a lot of kills though, for entertainment purposes. Yeah, I mean this game, I think DH have played really well. They're looking out for this Renekton. Junior's gonna save the hook. This Renekton is dead, and no flash.
Galio flashes here, just making sure that that Renekton goes down. Not
getting
much
turned
more
into a designer bag, in the bot river, as DH. You know, they need to find a way to close out this game in a clean way, because I think if you know, it starts to get a little bit scrappy and they start to make mistakes, it could be not like set them back, but I want to see them close this out with confidence. You know,
right.
I want to see them close it out cleanly. They have about 7 bajillion drugs just looking to push these waves in. Yeah. If you're ECU, what are you doing differently? Because I think this game, I mean, 10k gold actually not as much as I thought, but they are at quite a deficit.
Yeah, so this Gnar is a huge problem. He is level 17, the Jin's 13. Jin is also an ADC that's known for struggling against fighters and tanks. He will one-shot Caitlyn. Well, maybe not right now, but in general, right? That's kind of what he's known for. Give me those squishies. Toros, those guys are not squishies right now. They're all very brawly, very healthy. And so this Jin's, the value from him is just not really there. The Aurora, with how much CC they have, there's only so many skips and hops you can do before you're locked down by the Knowledge Hook, the Galio Taunt, the Wukong Knockup, right? So you have to ask yourself again, like, how can we go for this? I would honestly, again, very similar to what DH was looking for. If I might break out here. Oh, the Jin gets
onto the Jin. I think the Jin is gone.
Huge hook.
Yeah, big follow-up from the Wukong.
And Nars not done.
I think they'll look to chase this down and end maybe with this topside push. I think DH have really adopted this like push strategy of picking 4 like bulky bruisers and tanks. I think it's really working out for them.
Yeah, no, and especially again, you gotta know the comp, right? Like the fact that Tigers have 3 people that do magic damage. Renekton's not a late game champ, so you don't have a lot of physical damage. Their comp lacks the physical damage to deal with Toro's tankiness, and that's a big thing. It was huge at draft with the bulkiness that Toro came in with. And again, when you don't have many answers, all you can really do is wait for them to make a mistake. Or you try and play riskier and set up something that could set you apart from them. And we'll see if Tigers are able to get that chance. But if Toros keep their consistency, keep pushing out these waves, trying to stay true to that, they should be able to knock this one out.
They just outgoal them, right? And eventually, ECU just has no more space to give. They're just pushed back into their fountain, and yeah.
Tigers don't really have many people who scale on their team, and Toros don't necessarily have it either. Any tankiness that they have, I would love to see the items that this Wukong has. He's able to... He has that Black Cleaver. It's like I was mentioning, right? That Black Cleaver, it seems like Gnar has it as well, so a little overkill, because, you know, you can only get X amount of stacks. It can't go over, so it's not duplicating that effect. However,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and so usually you just have the one person build Black Cleaver, but at least someone has it, because for this Caitlyn, any of these tanks, any type of armor they build, it simply doesn't matter. It is already being shredded by either the Wukong or the Gnar, and it looks like a fight's breaking out.
Gnar having to flash out, but he looks like he's fine. He's gonna not hit the fruit and just walk. Oh, they're looking to just force on this this mid fountain. They're calling it. They're saying, hey, come fight us. Not in the Baron Pit like I wanted, but at this mid tier 3. TP's having to come out, and they have so many grubs, you know, like, and they can't really engage. I mean, the Zac will try to engage. The Jin'll comes out to follow. Just Renekton is chasing down Kismet, but Kismet able to back out from the net. I mean, they're so tanky, and this is absolutely massive. Knockup
like a bouncy house the way people are jumping.
Yup, it's like actually the mosh pit. And
that's
Kismet died. Kismet's griefing. Can we report on EDC? But DH will look to carry Kismet to a game 2 victory. No, I'm kidding, Kismet. Love you. Yo, great game 2 from DH. I would love to see how ECU are going to change up their draft. I would imagine that DH keep their draft relatively the same. Yeah. But then again, ECU, right? What? Because they're I wouldn't say scared, but they are very aware of the Swain. They're very aware of the Ivern. What was the last champ?
It was Swain. It was Ivern, and then it was, I feel like, another support character, right? No, it's an ADC.
Xayah.
Yes.
And so I wouldn't say that they're necessarily scared of those champs, but have DH showed enough with that comp for them to opt in and ban something else? And even if so, can you even pinpoint what in that DH comp was causing you a lot of problems? Because DH, essentially what they did is they picked an ADC and 4 tanky champs.
Yes.
I mean, even if you ban out, you know, for example, the Wukong, what if they just pick the Ivern? Or like they just, there's so many bulky characters in League, you just replace them 1 for 1. So I think really the Caitlyn, as we have a replay here, yeah, look, this Renekton tries to go through. He does land hits onto this Caitlyn, but this Caitlyn is just free hitting. I want to see how Kismet dies here.
Gets too greedy on the Jin.
Yeah. Gives him the 1,000 gold shutdown.
Yeah.
Report ADC, please. but yeah. So like, what can ECU ban or do or change up their picks to match?
I think it came from the Toros, again, not just being bulky, but also the Tigers not having an answer. They didn't have someone who could apply the Black Cleaver on their team. They didn't have someone who could shred through tanks. Jin's not good for that. You know, Renekton, he falls off late, right? Sure, he can shred armor like later and stuff, but it's too late.
Yeah, it's too late.
Right? And so maybe if you start seeing DH kind of get those more brawler front lines, reply with some heavier physical damage. If I was the Tigers, I would look at that and be like, I see where our gap was against these tanky guys. We couldn't shred them down. Let's look to do it into game 3.
Also, how you were talking about almost the overabundance of magic damage on ECU's team. I know in that particular game, Galio is super strong against some of their mid-laner champs. Not, I wouldn't say super strong, but Yone and Yasuo are two of the champs that were talked about in pregame that were available to ECU's mid laner. And so I'm kind of curious as to if we will see those champions be busted out, because in the first game they were banned, but in the second game they were open.
The Yasuo was at least, and the Yone was still banned.
Oh, was it like first phase that?
First phase, I thought the Yone was banned as well.
Well, I'm interested to see this Yasuo pick and if they'll bust it out.
Yeah.
But even so, in that game, even if Yasuo knocks the 4 tanks up, there's still 4 tanks, right?
Yeah.
So
how are you going to shred through?
Or do you just like opt out to not brawl at all and just go completely, or?
You could try and have a like split push build, right? So you try and draft a team where you have a Jax in the side lane all the time, and all he's doing is pushing side lanes. They don't team fight. They just keep the pressure with wave management. And it's going to be up to Tigers to how they want to respond to that. I think DH, they responded to game 1 saying, hey, we're now here, we're looking, you want to play the poke game? Fine. Here's our front line. Poke them. So let's see in game 3, how are they going to respond to that front line?
We're going to cut to a quick intermission before Game 3 as DH tie the series up 1-1. And, yeah, it's going to be a game. We got a game on our hands.
We got a game on our hands.
All right. See you guys soon. my casting partner has left me. I am all alone, and we will be doing this draft. It is with Grace. Oh, you're back. All right, my loneliness was short-lived. As the Galio band comes out, Ivern's open. Can we pick the Ivern for the culture?
For the culture, it is a red side pick, so we're going to be able to see what the Tigers' first pick, right? And so they're choosing opt-in. Oh, they go with the Caitlyn. I think that's really good.
I told you that the Caitlyn cannot be picked,
and they first picked with the Ivern. They had a plan. Now it's like, how do they? Again, it's really cool in Lifetime seeing how these teams interact with each other, right? First game, Tiger had the pounce. Right, but then the next game, Oxus came out strong, being all bulky. Third game, what's gonna happen? We got the Tigers coming out with this, utility-based jungler. Definitely, Toros should probably look for an invade and aggressive look, and the Tristana's right up that alley.
I think ECU should have picked a Nidalee because it's a tiger. What else is like tiger themes?
Oh man, some skin lines are.
Is Rengar?
Rengar could fall into that. Oh man.
And then DH should take Alistar. Don't ban the Alistar.
You're calling it now?
Yeah, I'm calling it now.
I can see it. Right now they have a dive comp and that Jarvan. I'm hoping it's a little more proactive this time around. Then that first game kind of just farmed. You usually want to use that level 2 power spike, and so hopefully they're trying to mess with the Ivern early game. They're sending maybe a support with the Jarvan even to that. That's how serious it can get. If you invade an Ivern, he falls behind.
I wonder what ADC ECU are gonna pick into this Tristana. They early picked the Urgot. This Urgot I think has given DH a bit of a problem, but Max has played against it a lot. I've seen him go, especially with this Gnar, which I would probably bet is DH's third pick.
Yeah.
Considering how well he's been doing on it, I'd be very surprised. You actually mentioned the Jax. As they pick Aurora, this is interesting. They didn't counterpick ADC. They left everything on the table. DH will kind of have free roam, counterpicking really top and mid, right?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because Tristana, she could be flex mid, I feel, and there's that Gnar pick you were mentioning.
I can see the future.
It's also into Urgot. They're both range top laners, right? So it's like, how are they going to kind of poke each other out will be the question. And these bans, I'm expecting to see some big support bans from the Tigers. And then for the Toros, they could throw one into the ADC role, right? Really make it so then maybe they shift that Tristana to ADC. Right, and they start banning enemy ADCs that give Tristana trouble. That way you have that advantage, and you get the flex pick on mid. That's why flex picking is so strong. Getting a Lulu ban. They're trying to.
I'm a Lulu hater.
I think they're trying to get rid of all the shielding potential, right? So I wouldn't be shocked if a Karma ban came in here because again, Ivern, he shields. You get another shield-like character like the Karma. Suddenly, it's really, really annoying.
Do you think it's almost... Boo! That's like our mascot.
Yeah.
But do you think almost like having double shield... I know shields are good, obviously, but do you think almost having 2 shields is too much?
It really depends on the comp, right? For example, DH, they would want to build an item called Serpent's Fang, which would cut shielding, right? And so with Ivern, and if they had another shield individual... that would be a lot more prevalent. But they're banning out the Jhin. I guess they really just don't want them on comfort. There's the Nautilus. Yep. And the Galio ban in mid lane, maybe, I think watching the mid lane here is going to be really, really important because now he's not on this tanky utility character, and there's not that many that go mid. So what is the option here?
Garen.
Garen? Surprise Garen could be nuts.
Cho'Gath.
I could see a Cho'Gath angle.
Yuumi.
Ooh, they're going for an Ahri.
Ahri's probably a little bit better mid than Yuumi. But the Ahri pick, Crow has been playing this Ahri a lot throughout the season. I'm very surprised to see the champ not banned out, to be honest. I would say that, no shade. Crow's champ pool is weaker than naturally than a support's, right? Like a support has a wide variety of champs, and so It's gonna be interesting to see as ECU opts to go with the Jinx. Any guesses in support? I would like to see
Probably another enchanter, but they don't have as much of frontline. But honestly, if you have 2 shields,
the Karma is
everyone could be
open.
frontline.
I don't know how Karma is with Jinx though.
It's another poke-based lane, so I could see a Karma Jinx little synergy if Karma gets the empowered Q off, Jinx gets a rocket off. You know, some nice tick and tack little trade. Oh, opting in for a Rakan, which isn't as heavy on the shielding. And not really frontliner. He's more meant to kind of get in, clump people up, knock them up, and then get out, right? And so it's going to be really interesting to see how they want to utilize this Rakan pick. Definitely something I wouldn't have expected.
I think it's good though. I think ECU, especially in the last game that they played, what was their jungler? Oh, Maokai? Lock it in.
Ooh.
Lock it in.
Maokai pick's kind of crazy. Maokai support.
Shout out to all the Maokai players. Dude, I actually love that so much. It gives you so much vision, so much zoning. Also, like, peel as well. I mean, they don't... The Rakan isn't really doing a lot of damage, right? He's just knocking you up. And so, but, like, if Rakan dives in and then Maokai, like, lands a root, now, like... And then maybe a charm, maybe... Like, I feel like DH have done a really good job of layering stuff. Or, like, layering their CC so far on, like, the first target. And so... I like this. I like this DH draft a lot. The ECU draft, I don't know. I think just for me, I haven't seen a lot of their gameplay, and so like, I don't know how good he'll be on Ivern.
Right, very niche pick.
Yeah, I don't know how good they'll be on the Jinx. The Aurora. I mean, last game was a little bit of a struggle. I mean, they're up. They're up CS, but.
Again, that Galio, he's bulky man. He's doing his job.
That is true. So now it's against the Ari, so maybe it'll be a little bit more of a skill-based matchup. See who can sidestep better, land better skill shots. So,
how's their wave management going to be? Who's going to try and set something up? All of those little factors will play into it. Here's what I'm hoping for both teams. For the Toros, I'm hoping they're able to be aggressive early, have that Jarvan invade with the Ivern, maybe even bring the Ahri for a charm, right, from the get-go. Go out for this Ivern. Have J4, spam gank. Honestly, you could do it bot. You have a lot of tools there. And mid with the charm, right? If I'm a Tiger fan, I'm looking for this Ivern to have a peaceful pathing process, right? So maybe stacking, so if they try and invade, they walk into all of us. Rakan, he is a good champ into invades, because if you're all walking into a bush, he'll just get the time to set up and knock you guys all up, right? Jinx, if she gets 1 kill, her passive will proc, and she'll be able to kind of fire even quicker, right? Aurora, she does good against people coming into a line. There's all these factors. Ivern, he's going to be the main route for the enemy, and so they're hoping, if I'm a Tiger fan, I'm hoping we stack. I'm hoping Ivern's able to get his clearing out of the way and then kind of scale into mid and late. This is a more scaling comp from Tiger, which I think is kind of the first we've seen tonight. So I'm really excited to see how their approach is to the game whenever they're kind of forced to play a little slower.
Then the Syndra who scaled, to be fair, like individually,
yes,
that caused a lot of problems. I think they definitely need more of that to provide some sort of cushion. I might have ADHD because the whole time you were talking, I was thinking how they have maybe the most peaceful champion in Ivern and this murderous psychopath in Jinx in the bot lane. So
that's kind of funny, the contrast between these two characters in lore. But it will be really interesting to see, is DHA will get that lead early that they really want to seek after, or are they going to not be able to penetrate the Tigers and have the Tigers just kind of scale and go at their pace and do 100%. What they want.
All right, so we're going to cut to a break. It's going to be a quick delay before we hop into map 3 of the series. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I'm excited. 2 different play styles. Who's going to come out on top?
Right.
Bye.
Welcome into Game 3 of this best of 5 series. DH equalizing against ECU in Game 2, looking to extend their lead in Game 3. ECU looking to bounce back with a little bit different of a draft. Hayden, how you feeling about it?
It's gonna be really interesting to see if they're trying to invade this Ivern. Right now, as you can see, Tigers are doing the right thing. They're watching. They're like, okay, let's see if they're trying to invade onto our Ivern. Oh, I like the late invade, and they're going for it. Great.
Run, Ivern, run!
For the Toros, this is what they're looking for. I would continue. Yep, I'm glad they're keeping their foot on the pedal, saying, hey, where are you starting? You know, this is what you can do against Ivern. Because he has to set up for his camps compared to attack them. So it's a very different process. And if you know where Ivern is, you just do things on the other side of the map. This J4, he should be able to, whatever game plan they have, they know where he's starting. They know how to respond to it. There shouldn't be any shocks. Toros, I know we're only minute 20 in, but that's a really strong lead against Ivern. Because Ivern's all about prep. And if he can't get the prep right, it all falls apart.
He's just a chill guy, man.
He really is, dude. He's just friend of the forest.
Just let him be.
So yeah, we'll see. It seems like J4, he's opting to play around top or mid right now, or he's pathing into bot. I'm really hoping to see an early gank from the J4. Again, we know where this Ivern is. This isn't a shocker anymore. And so how are they going to play against it? They're having the J4 try to match Ivern in mod, but Ivern could pace quicker than that. You know, they're already pinging on the map. Toros are like, hey, he's going to Raptors right now. Be ready for it. But what's his J4's response? That's what's really going to matter right now.
I just noticed there's some tree-on-tree violence going on with the Maokai.
Maokai Ivern?
Yeah.
Ooh.
A little bit of a dive going on. Was that barrier? No.
It was Guardian. Rakan has Guardian, and Tristana procced it. Getting some nice poke and that wave prio. Tristana's very easily able to push out a wave, so they should always have prio bot. But again, you have to ask yourself, what are we doing with this knowledge, right? They're warding the red, so they're going to continue tracking this red, but I'm really hoping to see some aggression from J4 here soon.
I don't know what Rakan does, because when I play ADC, I only get like Garen support. Like what else do I get? Like Vi support. I get like the worst supports, man.
Yeah. Rakan, he has a couple. He's very mobile. He's one of the most mobile supports, and so
I would love to play with either of these supports. And if you want a duo, can add me for sure. Boost me a little bit, you know.
It does seem like Tiger's slowly pushing into bot lane, but it looks like they're pinging for this mid. They want to look for a pick here. And this is kind of the thing we got to be careful about. This mid, either way, can get out of control really quick. Ari gets a couple kills. This Aurora is not going to be able to withstand her pressure. Same exact way with the Aurora.
Oh, this Jarvan is looking...
which is what they need, but there's already a level up, you know? So it's like, you got to be smart about it.
Oh, look at the timing! Dude, I don't know if he saw the Ivan, but...
It doesn't look like it.
Able to steal away these Krugs. Maybe they could set up a dive on the bot side. I don't
know.
Ooh,
a solo kill! A solo kill, and
is Ivan do that much damage? No?
He can, especially with red buff early game, but it may not be enough.
Oh, charm?
The charm.
He's out!
Very, very nicely done by the Toros there. Getting a solo pick there is huge.
DH are 3 for 3 on first blood on the day.
Yeah?
I would just like to point that out.
That is true.
Is it indicative of winning? I don't know, but the DH have done it.
So it does seem like he's going to come back with some mana, so maybe the Ahri's going to try and continue pushing out waves with the money he has. It's going to be really, really interesting to see how this matchup continues between the J4 and Ivern, because we see right now, Ivern's topside, he's taking the J4's Krug. They're not really trying to mess up this Ivern's pathing, and in fact, the Ivern's roaming topside. This may be a kill here.
He's basing.
Oh, never mind. He stopped right there. He said, never mind.
Oh, he can't. Oh.
This is a huge waste of time for the Ivern. Starting, and he's...
Stop again. Oh no, he committed to the base. He committed to the base.
I've had my fair share of fun.
He's going back home.
And I mean, they'll probably get a ward out, you know, maybe be able to spot that Ivern a little quicker, but it looks like they may try to go for early dragon here. Do they have the damage? Oh, this Aurora.
This Aurora.
With the Maokai and J4, it's not looking great.
Flash up.
Junior. Oh,
Or
everybody's
Beaver,
here. And it goes down the Aurora. That was huge from DH. Really kind of bringing that teamwork together. And again, we've talked about this since the start of the series. DH, they gave that wave in bot, but look, they sent everyone mid. They're like, no, this person is dying. We're now going to do this with everyone. And then this. They move as a unit, right? So, and here we go. Here's the dragon. Again, giving another wave in bot. But we're looking for this advantage now. We want this gold now. We want this dragon now while we have the chance.
Oh, looks like Junior is looking to walk up. Never mind. Oh, that was us, not you, for all the viewers at home. Just wanted to let you know.
Don't alt-tab from this.
Yep, you don't need to alt-tab. Don't take your eyes off the action. As DH collect the first streak of the game, the
invading the Ivern. This is what I want to see like 8 more times if I'm a Toro fan right now.
Why are you taking his camps, man? He's just a chill guy.
He's just trying to be a chill guy, but Toros aren't really up for it. And this may be another solo kill. The Maokai roam coming down. Ivern trying to match.
Oh, able to move out. Oh, it's fine.
Yeah, taking that camp though, and that's what I mean, right? That's what the Toros need to consistently do. And if I'm Tigers right now, I'm trying to say, hey, Urgot, continue getting that pressure for us in top lane. Hey, mid, try and trade off some.
Because Urgot's moving, maybe looking to flip the Jarvan.
They're going on like fight here. Actually, they're bringing the whole team. And Tristana's here. This is not good for Tiger.
This could be a 3K. Junior looking to pressure. This Urgot is so low. Max unable to move because he's pushing out this wave. DH looking to play this slow. This Ivern maybe a little bit greedy. Is this charm up? The charm's up. Does land. This should be a kill. Kevin looking to finish off this kill. Urgot having to base. Max basing as well. Come on, push out another wave.
Seems like,
be greedy.
you know, DH, they're not afraid to move this ADC. You know,
100%.
He's missing out on all this farm. But as we can see here, the 4 being here matters. Rakan trying to, you know, cause some disparity there. But then this Ivern getting really up front and personal, and the beautiful farm getting to the execution. Really, really huge there from DH.
Global warming is real. Cutting down these trees, it's really a messed up thing. But DH, with the first feat, so now they just need a tower or what? They already got Drake, right? So
they got Drake. They got First Blood. They're just looking for that tower, to my knowledge.
Or objective, right? So they need like 2 sets of grubs or 1 grub, 1 set of Drake.
Think so, but regardless of that, they do have 1,000 gold up. These grubbies, they're trying to contest this Ivern, but will they be able to really spawn the Urgots? Also, coming down, trying to dance a little bit. And yeah, it's just this Prio again in the bot lane. It seems like their bot always has Prio, and to be honest, with the Tristana pick here and the little advantage they have, they will. Tristana, she's able to naturally push waves a lot quicker than a majority of other ADCs. So, and again, when you're not scared to sacrifice a wave or 2 for Dragon or for your mid lane to get online a little bit, this is the result. This is that teamwork and that, you know, commitment to sacrificing certain leads for others. This is what it's all about. This
100%.
is teamwork, you know?
When DH have the tempo, they look very good so far in the series.
Yeah, let's see how they try to continue that. The Tigers, they may want to try and set up a little death bush or maybe a little pick, but look at this Ivern in bot lane right now. The J4 and Maokai stacking, trying to be like, maybe we could pick off this Ivern. This is really, really good. And he's trying to ward it. You know, he knows that they just took his red buff, right? And again, this is what's integral, right? Can this Jarvan consistently do either that or consistent ganks to get their teammates on the board? And so far, for a majority of the time, he's been taking that away, and that's how you put Ivern behind, getting the invade and doing a great job playing into that.
Do you think that ECU could be doing a little bit better of a job supporting their Ivern, you think? Or do you think it's just like something that you have to live with because you're on that champion?
So yeah, that's a great question. It gets really tough. So Aurora and Ahri, they could kind of go tick for tack whenever it comes for wave prio, but again, Ahri got First Blood, right? And so she has the gold, right?
100%.
And also, Ivern and Aurora, when it comes to ganking wise, they're not too strong. All they're banking on is Ivern Drew. You dodge that, Aurora has no CP. The Ahri has the taunt, right? So mid lane's not gonna be the place you try and match on Ivern with majority of the time. Top lane, it's kind of an island, right? These guys are just
Yeah.
kind of throwing boomerangs and little shotgun shells at each other right now.
Might as well be an ARAM game, to be honest.
In the top lane, yeah, all random top. But in the bot lane, this I think is where the draft is really showing with this Tristana pick, because the Jinx, she takes a little bit to get online, but Tristana, she has that early game push. And again, these Toros are not afraid to leave their lane. They're willing to sacrifice those waves, and you know, this is the pros of it, right? They're losing out on some gold and some XP whenever those minions crash, but they're taking that risk to get that invade off. They're taking that risk to get that space that they want. And against this Ivern especially, 100% do it. You make Ivern come out of the game and useless, his shield won't be shielding a whole lot. I'm hoping the Jarvan is able to get a
They ping out the
Serpent Fang
Ivern.
here.
They ping out the Ivern as well. The Gnar should be aware that this Ivern is moving. Ooh, the Ivern is invading for a change.
That's his second time trying to mess with those Krugs. I'm not too sure if he's getting them, but they're looking like they're trying to bait this Gnar. Will Max get a little too greedy and unknowingly?
The Ivern is.
Ooh, Aurora's here too now.
But then
And they
Max
see
just has jump.
he has jump, and I
mean-
respect the flash, just playing it safe, right? He's not trying to give that tempo. Now, look,
Hey,
DH
Drake,
responded
100%.
beautifully. The Ivern shows top. They're already on Drake. They're like, yeah, he's probably up there. Whatever you do, don't die. And he's like, okay, I'll flash. I'll play
Now
it safe.
Ari is just able to push this wave in for free. Has to be careful though not to get caught by this Ivern Aurora. Yep, he's just gonna walk down into the bot side jungle where they have so much vision. Yo, can we take this guy's Raptors too? Like,
But as you saw again, the Aurora, she roamed top. They got nothing out of it.
100%.
They got flash, right? But is the flash zone not really valuable?
Not really.
Probably not. They may not be able to really get much out of it. But Aurora does miss out on that exchange. Oh, and that is inherent value. And that's the stuff that DH has been making the Tigers decide on. And not for the better.
100%.
Looking like a little death wish scenario here. They may try to contest Krugs, or may try to go for... Looks like they're going for the Void Grubs.
oh, they're pinging him.
They're looking, they're like,
Does-
hey,
does Ari have-
pick on the Rakan. Oh, the Maokai coming all the way through into a
landed the double
Cataclysm.
root. Ignite comes out. Jake's able to land a kill onto this Maokai. Maybe a little bit sketchy. This Tristana is kiting. Rakan with the flash, but Kevin is here to cover. Maybe able to kill this Jinx. The flash comes out. Oh, he got the kill on the Jinx though. He got the
He was able to get that Jinx, but
3 for 1, a little bit sketchy.
yeah, and I mean the resources were used. I think the Aurora was able to rotate a lot quicker than the Ari. We have to see about the wave state, right? The Rakan made a good flash. The Maokai's W, it will go to the target until the target stops. And so when you flash away, you increase that distance on Maokai's W. And so Rakan flashing away into turret. Now the Maokai's under tower. He doesn't want to be there this early. He's not beefy yet, right? And so that's, I think, the biggest thing that was like, oh crap, let's leave. But Maokai was already too far.
That's just Dice and Urgot, and I think they should get these grubs as well. So kind of a, they're still even, but that's kind of a little bit of misplay, like a large sequence of misplays, like the one that DH had in game 1, where this boss side play goes wrong. They go 3 for 1, and now on the top side, Max goes down and loses grubs, and so I think DH really needs to be careful on the mistakes that they're making. It's really fine to make one mistake, but if that mistake starts to like snowball consecutively, then it can start to be a little bit dangerous. Well, big charm though. This should be a
Pick
kill.
on this Aurora. Yeah, no, she should die.
One more proc on the ult.
Will they get it? They
Flash. Q.
she
I
doesn't,
don't know.
and she gets the shutdown. That's gotta be a dagger to the heart for Toros there. Living with a sliver of health. And, it's these proactive plays that, DH, they love doing, but once again, right, there's a risk to that. In the bot lane, they were setting up the death push, but there's not really an objective to go for, right? So you have to ask yourself, do we gamble for this risk on the death push, or do we try and be proactive by pushing out wave, by setting up wave management and stuff like that? You really have to ask yourself, and it's tough, and these Toros, they like being a little more aggressive. They don't mind taking those risks. So will it pay off in the end? We got a very close game on our hands because the Toros also have 2 dragons, and so all they need is a couple more. If they're able to steal one away, now they're on soul point.
Yo, I think this game's gonna be a banger. It seems really, really even. I think that.
Oh, no, they're just chilling.
No,
They're picking up from Ivan, just trying to be a chill guy, I guess. They're just chilling.
could be a. I wonder if there's ever been a no-kill game in the Legion League. All comes down to the turret proc. It does land one. It's actually really big. No Meganar form, but maybe gonna start to walk this Urgot down. Urgot down to about half HP. I saw like one game in the LCK that had no kills, where they're just farming.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was like one. Maybe it was one. They just farmed to 40 minutes.
Yep.
They just started hitting towers.
Because they're playing like little other games that, you know, like Ward Wars, and, you know, again, it goes back to like, oh, I push this wave out, so then you miss out on that XP and gold. But in bot lane, we did this play, so your bot lane misses. It's little wars like that end up really winning the game, and, you know, all that XP miss now. There's only a 1 kill difference, but 1,000 gold. If we're able to maybe take a look at the farm for this game, maybe the gold is from the turrets, or everyone seems roughly the same, and so it must have really came from those turret platings. And again, they're trying to be proactive, looking. They had bought Prio. That wasn't too bad of a fish.
1K gold, it's not the end of the world. It's like 3 1/3 a BF sword, like
yeah,
or not a BF sword, like a long sword.
Yeah, right. It's like 3 long swords right now. That's a good way of looking at it, for certain. It could definitely make the difference, but if they have a really good play, it won't. But it's really gonna change up here. It looks like they're calling. They want to push out mid. They want this mid prio.
Daisy's moving kind of fast. Got legs on,
taking up the
legs on her.
space, knocking up the Maokai. The Maokai's
Does Maokai have R? The R comes out.
Pushed into turret though. Very good trade from the DH there.
Support for support. Can we stop a tower from going down? They have 6 grubs though.
No, they. Oh,
Evan looking.
Oh, he went too much for it. Oh, that's gotta sting again. Trying to stop that push, but it's those little bleeds like that now has this game at
I think
2K
Ari,
gold difference.
I think Ari might be able to shove another wave on this bot side. Oh, they're looking though. Oh, they're looking for the Drake. I don't know if DH have enough time to contest this.
No, your Maokai's just coming up. Sana needs to reset for some items. Unfortunately for DH, they're not gonna have the chance to contest this. And this is exactly how the Tigers want the game to unfold.
Yes.
They can outscale them. You know, the Aurora versus Ari. I think Aurora may have the edge. Ivan definitely outscales J4. That I'm certain on. Urgot versus Nara, they both kind of serve similar purposes. Then the Jinx and Tristana, they both scale, right? But in the support role, the Maokai doesn't scale as well as Rakan, you know? He has a little more utility and a lot more valuable utility for, I think, how this double
big
support.
fight here. ECU do get the Baron, and they're just going to run away. Never mind. They're really adopting this faithful strategy. Max looking to chase it down. Meganar is up.
Big charm.
Comes in. Flip goes.
But that Ivern.
Jarvan. Can they play this? Oh, big Jarvan.
Ivern redemption there, keeping everyone just up. You know, and that's the power of double support there. Rakan responding with his quickness and in knocking everyone up. Aurora trapping them, so there truly was no escape. And just like that, it was a huge changing goal. You can see a great charm, right? But there's that redemption from Ivern, right? There's the shielding. There's the Rakan going in to knock them up. But at the end of the day, it's too much utility for DH to respond to. Brutal.
It's a really, really rough play. I see the vision, but they ECU just have the tower in support. There's not really a wave to help chip in the extra damage. And like you said, the Rakan is just has a little bit more oomph to it, especially without the ult.
He's able to get around a little quicker. Maokai's great for locking down a single target, which sometimes you do want to do, but there, I think you just let them get away with the Rift Herald. Now, they got away with the Rift Herald and the And so if I'm a Tiger fan here, I'm like, sweet, we have tempo, right? We should be able to control parts on the map. I'm like, okay, we're also scaling. We got Dragon under our belt. It's Hex Tech Drake, which that is going to amp up Jinx's attack speed and damage, which is one of the last things you'd want. And so it's looking really good for the Tigers right now. and being able to utilize this tempo that they have. And now it's going to come down to consistency and what's the response, right? Are we going to get a Serpent's Fang? The Tigers have built a Locket of Iron Solari. That's another shield. Okay, let's look for a way to cut shielding,
100%.
right? So maybe a Serpent's Fang on this Jarvan may be needed. Maybe even on this Tristana, just so they can combat the constant shielding from Locket, the shielding from the Iron, the shielding from Rakan, the guarding from Rakan. You can see how shields are very prevalent for this team, and how are DH going to respond to it.
ECU are hitting this icon. They'll be able to get it as DH take this mid on tier 1 exchange. I believe that is the GA. Yeah, because they didn't hit any flowers, unless they just opted to not hit the flowers, which would be a very interesting strategy.
Yeah, they got the GA.
Yo, ECU are in a good spot again. This game, though, definitely I feel is more playable for DH than game 1. I don't know. They just need to find something onto the Jinx or the Aurora. But like you said, I think that Serpent's Fang is going to come into play. Definitely to melt through all the shields, right?
Yeah, but it's tough, right? Because who should build that? You know, does it go on the J4, who kind of needs items to be tanky? Ooh, Maokai ulti.
I was landing a root, but they're in the bush. Charm doesn't land on the Ivern. Ivern's looking here. Root doesn't land. They're just kind of playing it slow, poking and prodding. These Ivern bushes are pretty annoying, to be honest.
You try and ward it out, but this Maokai is pretty squishy. And I think the Maokai pick was picked to try and combat the Ivern, because Maokai could throw saplings in there and it'll do more damage. But have we seen that much this game? I don't think as much, and Art is able to actually break out from the Aurora Gold.
Wow, they're already on the bot tier 3. They're pushing this hard.
They're utilizing that Baron and Void Grub.
6 scrubs, GA, yep, they're pushing it.
And there's that shield from Ivern. You know, it's very impressive, and they're able to just kind of keep up this tempo and keep it rolling. I'm very, very kind of shocked with just how this Ivern with the redemption has come out of nowhere, and the Maokai getting actually caught here.
Yeah, they're pushing this hard. I believe that should get in him. Daisy is just walking down, taking so much space. Max needs to burn the flash. Can DH look to pressure this? Charm doesn't land. REQ doesn't land either. And then, I mean, ECU still have the GA, so for them, there's no real pressure. They're going to try to flip this into 2 tier 3s and in him. Cardinal comes out. Will the GA run out? It looks like it's still up. Max is here. Charm lands onto the Rakan. They're pressuring, but there's just not enough damage from the Tristana. And this might be the end of the game here, as Nathan Lewis is on a rampage on the Earth God. Maokai 1v5, question mark, is unable to get it. This should be the end of the game as they start to push in these waves.
And we saw in that team fight there that there was so much shielding onto the Jinx, onto the squishies, that they couldn't break through. You know, they didn't have a solid Serpent's Fang to really be able to go through. And even then, who would you want to have Serpent's Fang, right? The J4, he can kind of have it, kind of not. Tristana, she kind of needs her core items. So I think DH just kind of fell behind the momentum that just kept on building, and Tigers took it.
All good. All good. DH are strong. DH are mentally resilient. You know, ECU, GPU, CPU, DH and 5.
heavy. It depends who you know. Heavy. The evidence knows what part is real. You're half of me, two sides to steal. That's not a deal. That's robbery. Can't you see? Can't you see? It depends who you know. Heavy. So far, luck, struggle. Wash your hands, let me go. All my life, hustle, heart breathing old.
just can't lose. It's looking so brand new. Anything that we can do.
All right, guys, we are back for Game 4 of this NECC Grand Final. How you feeling? How you feeling about the game so far?
I feel like the games have been really back and forth and close. I think there were some pivotal moments throughout each game where you kind of saw like, oh, this is leaning one way compared to the other. Obviously, people can come back in these games, but it seems like it's been pretty definite that once someone gets that lead, kind of gets out of control. And from DH, we're seeing a Syndra ban. Maybe they just didn't really like that matchup alongside the Nunu.
He who shall not be named.
And the Tigers, they're banning out that Swain. They really don't want to see it in support alongside the Galio. And now that got banned, allowing Max to kind of have some more breathing room. Not that he didn't, compete last match.
The Zaya's open.
Zaya's open. I also see the Caitlyn.
Caitlyn probably first, I would imagine.
Yeah, because Caitlyn outranges Zaya as well.
100%.
It seems like a favorite in this, but maybe they want the Caitlyn. Maybe Tigers have a response to the Caitlyn.
Jin. That's my guess.
We will have to see. They played Caitlyn last match or no? Do you remember?
No.
The Tigers, no?
It was banned out.
Okay, yeah, because I'm like, we're seeing this Caitlyn's very prevalent throughout this series. And, Toros are wanting that Caitlyn pick. And again, who are you going to send against them? This Nora has been pretty consistent as well. I don't know if we're going to see something else. It may be done within the first part of the draft phase.
I would believe so. Red
Let's
pick?
see.
They
no.
I think if you don't pick, you should end up with like Yumi top.
They'll probably notify us, and hopefully soon we can hear what this pick is, because it's really important, This Karma could come out, right? That's something they have picked against the Caitlyn before, so maybe they'll look to get the Caitlyn in. What else could they go for? The Ivern's banned, so we're not seeing that this game. We will see a Lulu. So Lulu into Caitlyn. Lulu doesn't have a whole lot of range. So she's gonna have a hard time getting on this Caitlyn. So it's gonna matter who else is she polymorphing, right? So, like, what is she able to get with that? And usually with a Lulu, you want to match with a dive team,
Yeah.
And so because you're able to get a lot of use out of that wild growth. And usually you pick maybe a Jinx. With the Lulu. That could be a good answer. Ooh, Braum has an answer. Is very interesting. I'm expecting a bunch of heavy auto attackers from the rest of Tora's draft. People who naturally want to auto attack a lot. Maybe like a Wukong, jungle, stuff like that. Maybe.
I wonder what that first ECU pick is.
Yeah, me too. There's the Gnar. Yeah, makes sense with the Braum, and it's actually really diabolical if you're able to get that Megnar ult off and then follow it up with Braum's ult. They now are stunned into the wall, knocked up, and then they can't walk out, right? And so that could be really strong, but it's not the strongest into Lulu, so maybe it's more reactionary pick. I wonder what that R1 was. We'll not know, unfortunately, until we get into the game. There's that Zac.
Interesting.
So, again, that's, assuming that's in the jungle, which they've played twice so far, that's a lot of magic damage, but the Galio's banned. So what's your answer this time? And there's the Ahri ban, right? They're really honing in on this mid laner. I wanted to talk about that because we've seen the Orianna, we've seen the Galio, so now what is up next? And I'm really, really excited to see how DH wants to respond with the ban here. We don't know, again, that first R1 draft, but looks like they're banning junglers.
So they're worried that Zac is at top?
Maybe.
Or mid?
I don't know about Zac mid. There's that Wukong ban. That makes sense. That's a good ban with the Toro comp. But I'm fascinated. Maybe it's a Lilia mid player or Lilia top. I have no clue. If it's a Lilia top pick, that's a really good ban, actually. Because, again, it allows Nora to have the dominant spacing ability by being zoning, right? By having that range. So I'm really, really interested to see. And there's that Yasuo that you were talking about earlier. So, again, how are they going to have the physical damage?
Are they going to pick Yone?
Yone is open, but he does have some magic damage. Ooh,
Diego. Okay.
that's some good physical damage. It works really well with Lulu, right?
So it's Zach. So it's Zach top,
Yeah,
And
it may be a
then-
Zach top.
Diego jungle, and then I presume that first pick is an ADC. Any guesses on what it is?
I would probably say a Jinx. I think that would probably be the best bang for their buck. If they had a Jinx there, they have a bunch of frontline with the Viego, with the Zac. Lulu has a bunch of self-peel for that Jinx, and she could really get online.
My guess is Kog'Maw.
Lulu Kog'Maw is also a
that's-
very diabolical.
That's
duo.
that's my guess. That's my guess.
Okay, we'll have to see. I will say the Orianna pick here. We'll have to see. The ultimate could go really well with, again, this Wombo combo that they have with the Braum and Gnar ulti. I wonder if we're gonna see another J4, or what this final one is.
Fiddle?
Whoa.
All right, we're locked in. We're locked in. We're locked in. We're locked in. We're locked
I'm
in.
very, very excited now. Fiddlesticks, he has a very unique path. He's been really good for years, and people just kind of sleep on him. But I think he's ready to make some nightmares for this Tiger team, and I'm really interested to see how they utilize this Fiddlesticks pick. And so Aurora mid, so you are probably right. That's some ADC. You mentioned Kog'Maw. My dibs are Jinx. We'll have to see which one of us come out on top there. How are you feeling about this draft? Knee-jerk reaction.
I don't know how I feel about the DH draft. I feel like the Orianna is I don't know. I just feel like the Aurora like has a lot of burst and a lot of movement. The Viego has quite a bit of movement. The Zac, like, I feel like those are things that could get on top of Orianna very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, though, I think that the draft looks fine. It looks to be comfort other than the fiddle. So I think it'll be important, or it'll be interesting to see how Kevin is able to, or what he's able to do with this fiddle. And on the ECU side, I'm not so convinced. Oh, let's go. Team huddle. 1, 2, 3, Toros. Yup, I was in there.
Yeah, you were right there.
Yep.
Two places at once. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, my hand was like metaphorically in there like this. How about we do a caster
Caster?
huddle? What should we do on 3?
Casting? I don't know. Minecraft?
Chicken jockey on 3.
Chicken jockey on 3.
1, 2, 3. Chicken jockey.
So yeah, that last pick in a bit.
Cut us off. Our producer cut us off.
They must have not liked the chicken jockey.
We're gonna get copyrighted.
But no, I did want to actually say about that Orianna pick. It could really stop the Viego's progress. Because he has to walk into range. If a Orianna ball is right there, he walks over it. Orianna just presses R, and Viego kind of blows up. And so there's some space ability for that Orianna that could come out strong for them. But like you mentioned, that Aurora, she's able to push out those waves, have that burst, have that mobility, really hard to catch. So it's going to just kind of be who's able to utilize their tools to the best. I'm excited to see what happens next. That's for sure. Toros have, everything to gain here. If they lose, they're out. Season's
We're not
over.
worried. Could be Aurora, Dora, Florida Explorer, DH and 5. Cut. All right, guys, game 4. Enough with the niceties. We got to lock in. And when they send it to game 5, DH with the fiddle. And the draft looks completely normal if you don't look at the fiddle, but the fiddle is a little bit of a wild card here. Oh, Aphelios!
I want to comment on that. For about 50, rounds on his gun, it will be okay. But I mean, after that, the Caitlyn does really outrange him, and so I would just be on the lookout for how this Aphelios tries to play with this Lulu. They're playing a very passive lane. They want nothing done. They want to farm and see you in late game. While Braum and Caitlyn, they're a little more aggressive. I like this aggression from DH right now. Junior trying to get a little death push scenario.
There's a party here though. Aurora is here to cover.
Aurora's
It's only
crashing.
2v3.
And looks like
Run!
nothing comes out of it.
All right, all good. We're good.
Seems like this Phil's just doing.
Ooh, big chunk on the Aphelios.
Where is he starting? Is he starting red or Raptors? Oh, he's on blue. Okay, so this is I wonder the clear time that he'll have. Phil6 usually starts Raptors because he's able to quickly do that and then do red and Krugs at the same time. But we're not seeing that. So, he's trying to do Gromp and blue. Okay, this is another.
Tag.
Yeah, okay, I like it. I'm here for it. I think he went for a little safer option. You could do it when they're lower health, but he doesn't want to mess around. He'll shave off the few seconds and take it. But looks like DH is slow pushing into the Tigers right now, and Aphelios with his short range, he's already at half. And that is a huge Q. Oh
Yes!
wow!
Fifth blood! 4 for 4 on the day.
That is very crazy to me, actually. The Lulu had the heal, right? And Aphelios barriered, but it just... The Braum Q did a chunk. The Aphelios is already at half, right? Junior, really good positioning here, walking up, getting that free Q, and then Caitlyn gets an auto. Another auto. Beautiful net Q combo. That's very, very well played from the Toros. And now we're going to see, is this Caitlyn just the domineering factor?
Yes.
100% win rate today.
Yes.
We will see. And this top lane matchup's really interesting as well. A Zac into a Nard. We're gonna, I guess, see how it unfolds. I'm not very familiar with the matchup. I know Nara, he's able to kind of run around and get his little autos in, but outside of that, he seems to be getting his jump canceled and kind of, taking some trades that just aren't favoring him, unfortunately. In the Viego top, pathing topside right now. Do we see a dive early game with the Zac passive?
No.
No?
I think Max's flash has E just outplayed, probably gets a double kill. So
he's just like that?
They're too threatened by the aura on top lane.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. Oh, it's that aura's diminishing.
Oh, she flash?
There's that flash though.
Takes 2 tower shots.
And Viego, he's
Yeah, he's
right
right.
here. I think we're gonna see a Zac dive. He has his passive, which will automatically de-aggro himself.
Space.
Yeah, there.
Oh! I told you. He's living.
It's not over. Oh.
Gets a Zac flash.
And
The passive out. That's actually decently big.
Yeah, still unfortunate how it unfolded. Should probably just sack the wave, but it's tough. He almost was able to get that Viego. It was looking grim whenever that Viego was pathing there. But it seems like trying to take away the Gromp, respond to that, be like, hey, you got that in top lane, but I'm gonna take your Gromp. So we will see. But it's 1-1, pretty even right now, and it seems like these mid lanes are kind of going equal as well. If we're able to check their minion farm to get a better idea on this mid lane matchup. And it's within 5, not too shabby. The Aphelios and Caitlyn, though, there's about 20 there. Really huge. And this Caitlyn, it seems like she's buying a little more on the safer side. She came back with pink and refillables. The serrated Dirk, though, will be felt. And so hopefully we're seeing some big aggression and letting this Phil6 just kind of farm up to match the Viego scaling.
Honestly, I'm at a loss for words. I've been casting VO3s all season.
Yeah.
To be in a 4th game is insane.
Surreal too?
Not surreal. I need a monster energy, like a 5-hour energy.
No, it's just some League of Legends time, my man. You gotta lock in. The players are locking in. Casters gotta lock in too.
Yep. Oh, solo kill. Oh,
look.
misstun. We get another Q. Close, close,
look
close.
like
But
it.
no Zac passive. This is looking good. 4 max in the top lane. As DH get onto this Drake. I feel like I've said the same thing 4 games in a row. Like the early game is actually like just very similar. It's steady. It's really like when it gets to 15 minutes is where the variables start to vary.
Yeah, I feel like one team kind of gets the lead at around 8 minutes, right? But around the 15-minute mark, I understand what you're saying, where there's definitely a deciding factor. But right now, the Viego, I think, is just trading that dragon with the Void Grubs, and it seems like both teams kind of aren't willing to change their playstyle, you know, which shows confidence from both of them. You know, the Tigers, you know, being resilient and still going for these probably 6 Void Grubs, like they have the past couple games at least, and DH going for those first 2 dragons. And so it seems like they both have very consistent team objectives and how they want to prioritize. But which team is going to be able to get those couple fights or push out those couple of waves to get that advantage that separates either DH losing and, you know, losing out on this
No,
final,
don't say that. Knock on wood.
or
right now. Knock on wood right now.
or the Tigers, you know, getting the 3-1 against the DH here. We will have to see.
Nah, not worried at all.
The Viego invade here actually pretty big. Who's gonna respond? Smite battle. Neither have smite.
Oh, Fiddlesticks got it. My go.
He did. Yeah, he's choosing to give up that Gromp though, or maybe.
Nope. Contesting again.
Let's see. Aurora's already there, beating the Orianna again. There's that prio we're talking about, right? Nar's coming down too. That's what he's sacrificing on DH's side.
Oh, he's scared. He's scared. He got scared. Oh, Viego, let's 6 off that. He's gonna get the reset.
Big flash.
Run.
But now the Tigers are pretty deep into enemy territory. Will DH be able to respond?
Oh, there's 3 people
It
here
looks
on
like
match. I
the
think he's gonna
Aurora's
be gone.
leaving. Oh, the Gnar getting bursted down. Pretty huge leap there from the Tigers. Getting them into the leading position for first time this game, gold-wise. And we will see how DH chooses to respond to that.
Do you think it was a little bit greedy to contest the Grom, especially when you don't have Smite up?
Not only that, but the mid laner, he didn't have wave prio, right? Which again, it's huge. You want to give them that space, right? And Gnar, he did come down, but if your mid laner's not coming, what are we doing? You know, I think there was maybe 2 calls, maybe the nerves of knowing if you lose here, you're going home. There is no rematch. This is it, the finals.
No nerves.
But the Caitlyn is, if we're able to pull up stats real quick, we could see the advantage in 80-0 right now. 32 down. They got another kill while we weren't looking, but they're also up 30 CS. And the Aphelios bought a Cole, which again, he's using his gold to try and get himself ahead, but he's not helping himself right now.
Max has flash here, but he's kind of outplaying this Zac, able to just auto. I don't know what moves he has. Megan Art comes in as well. He is chugging this out, but Zac gets a level up. It's going to be a real close one.
Healing misses Boulder.
Hits the wave, but the ult does land.
The passive came up.
Hit the ults!
Oh,
Having to flash out.
away.
Oh, that's
both
such
would rather not trade anything.
That's such unlucky timing. That is so close. You could not write a script better than that.
That was intensely close from these 2 brawlers going right at it mid-fight, while the Gnar, maybe if he landed that Q, he would have died there, but the Zac passive comes up and suddenly you both want to just leave, call it even, you know, but I will say Tiger gets the tempo off that. You know, think about Gnar flash, Zac's passive now up. You can't do much against that Zac in top lane. So it's now seeing how is this Fiddlestick coming out. Right now he's matching Viego's farm, which you don't really want to see from the Fiddlesticks. We need to see this big ult. That early death definitely put him behind a little bit. How is he going to climb back?
I like to say Crow in the mid lane of this game is like relatively even on CS. Is down assist, but that's like minuscule, right? It's like,
it depends. It's probably 200-ish golds. Right now, it's not a big deal. Like if we look at their items and stuff, right? Orianna's a little quicker than Aurora, and has a tier while the Aurora has a little more damage. So right now, it's not a big deal. But we'll see if those little assists can help one of them help the Aurora get an item before the other. And the Brom's walking up, just kind of This is great from DH actually right now. We are seeing them zone off the minions. This is great. This
Just
is,
letting the wave push into
yes,
them.
this is exactly why the Aphelios has maybe 30 or 40 farm right now if we're able to look at it again. This is how DH is succeeding heavily in bot lane right now and why they're only 200 gold behind. There's a huge gap in farm between ADC. They're also falling behind in experience, and it's these little battles that truly decide the game. And so it seems like Tigers, in the meantime, they've been working on those Void Grubs again, which I think they've gotten 6 Void Grubs almost every game.
It's very consistent.
And here's the second dragon from the Toros, you know. It seems very, again, consistent with they like how they play. They're not willing to budge much for these bare necessities. So the question is, where will the budging happen? Who is going to have to take the hit, and will the, risk of that hit be worth it?
I don't know if DH has converted T-Drakes to Soul very often, as the Braum walks on the backside of the Aphelios.
The Fiddle ulti.
Polymorph does come down, TB coming out, net lands. Aphelios is half HP, but they're needing to back away as Zach jumps in.
No, it seems like the Aurora is able to beat the Orianna on the roam. Big shockwave,
Big
but
ult should live here.
Yeah.
And Max just needs to shove.
maybe not.
Having to
Good
flash out.
But yeah,
We're good.
That Fiddlesticks, unfortunately he's not able to get that ulti off. He gets collapsed on by the Aurora. And again, great response from the Tigers, really trying to hinder the Fiddlesticks ult. They're like, okay, try and get behind our bot lane here. We're responding. We're ready. And that was a really pivotal tempo moment for the Tigers. Let's see if they're able to turn it into something else or just continue kind of this slow bleed of DH being just slightly behind. I think DH needs a big play here from the Fiddle or maybe even a solo kill in top.
Aphelios just has too many buttons. Yeah, like, what is it, like 9 different abilities or like something?
Depending on the weapon he has out, he does have different abilities. And so it will switch what his Q does or ult. But at the end of the day, against the Caitlyn specifically, he wants to have his long range weapon out. And when it's not out, he kind of suffers. So right now he has it out, so he can kind of, again, get that farm. But I'm really interested to see not just how this plays out, but how the Braum pick plays out here, right? I was expecting a DH to go with more auto attack heavy champs, but Orianna's not that. Fiddlesticks,
Yeah.
And so where are they trying to get this Braum passive from? I'm really curious to see what their plans are. I don't know if Alistar was banned, but that could have been a huge pick.
I don't think that Alistar was
I don't think
banned.
so either, and that could have been a huge engaging champ, because he's really great at follow-up, which they have plenty of starting fights. They have Ori, they have Fiddle, they have Gnar. The problem is he's not going to utilize his passive as much as he may want. And he just may struggle to really be able to impact the game in the way he may have wanted to. I like the Orianna ult there, though. I don't know if you saw, but
To shove the wave.
Yep, to shove out the wave. She was using it to kind of say, hey, I need this tempo. They're probably looking to do either Void Grubs or Dragons. And we're at that 14-minute mark. You mentioned 15 minutes is kind of when it starts getting a little spicy.
This is where it starts to get crazy.
And so within 200, 300 gold right now, this is a very much so close game. I think if this Phil6 is able to kind of focus in on how he wants to play the advantage, right now he's hiding behind this Viego, and Viego's backing. Oh, first turn bot. That is huge. That's going to put DH ahead.
Yep.
Huge.
OTP comes out. Aurora ulting onto this Braum.
Big Braum
ult.
ult.
Can they peel?
The Aphelios and Lulu.
I think this should be good. The net lands. Bursting down. TB comes out. Maybe a little bit late. Fiddle is here. Maybe can he get her ult off or anything?
Looking for it onto this Aurora.
Silas does come out. He's looking to chase this down, but I think the
TP got
dead.
canceled in top lane. The Zac is actually able to stop it, and unfortunately, DH is going to take the bite for that one at the 15-minute mark. Just like you
I shouldn't
mentioned.
have said anything.
It's really, really unfortunate that, DH, they thought they had that there, but it just very quickly fell apart. And the Braum ult, that was great. That was honestly great. He ulted away to slow down the Aphelios and Lulu. and is able to slow down the Aurora as well. But I think instead of cutting it quick and being like, hey, let's play safe, they got a little too big. Ooh, big Gnar ulti coming out. Trying to break down that passive slowly, throwing his boomerangs at it.
Yup.
And then in mid lane, yeah, had a good roam, right? But staying up in farm, you know, it's really kind of coming down to this jungle right now, where Diego has a camp on the Fiddlestick. He has a couple kills and assists. Now it's going to come down to what objective are they going for.
Looks like they're hovering around this Herald, but Max is basing. Maybe have an item. I don't know what to hit this. I mean,
They're trading the dragon for it, which it's going to really depend on, okay, how do you use this riff, right? We could sacrifice the dragon here, right?
Yes,
That's
for
what
sure.
the
We already
Taurus are
have to,
thinking.
yes.
But it's a rift only worth it. Otherwise, I would try and fight. I mean, they're only 2k behind, which can be a lot. It depends on who that gold has gone to. But it's really going to matter how they use this rift to kind of try and get that goal back. They were able to get the bot tower, but so did the enemy team. And so this game's going to be cracked open here very soon. And I may lean heavily one way or the other.
They're getting heavy vision on this top side control. Vision's really important against a Zac, right? Like,
Yep.
to see where the Zac is jumping from and to mark him at all times. I think
Same
is-
against the Fiddlesticks
Yep.
as well, because when Fiddlesticks ults over a wall, if it's not warded, he'll instantly fear everyone on arrival. But if it's warded, he won't. So it's really important for... Oh, the Orianna,
Make a flash
great
out.
safety flash into a
pull.
nice little shockwave.
Braum and Fiddlesticks are moving
This
on
could be good. The DH should look for
I
this.
think they need to find something here.
Yeah,
to
they
even out
need
this
to
game.
force.
But they do have vision.
Oh, the
Braum
Fiddlesticks ulti coming out a little late.
Braum
Diego
does have
walks
ult,
away.
but not worth at least a junior to use it. As Kismet's being walked down by their bot lane, he should be fine.
Yeah, it's kind of... Oh, the forced ult.
But it might be a huge collapse.
Oh, no.
Junior's kind of in the middle of it, gets polymorphed, but still has a shield up, able to barrier it out. The ult comes in, lands on the Helios. Diego flashing in, he might get resets off this.
They don't
Why
have
doesn't
they're
land?
not getting the bomb passive off. They don't have many characters that auto. That's pretty unfortunate, you know, and that's kind of what we were talking about with this Fiddle pick. He's not an auto attack based character. I was really hoping to kind of see maybe something match that Braum, you know, get that passive off, right? They drafted it pretty early. And we're starting to see the Tigers kind of get a little out of control for the DH to be able to continue matching. Especially I want to say in the jungle right now. They look right now, they're able to kind of walk up. It's nice that he's dragging his camp, very good. But it's just getting a little scary here
Yeah.
for DH, you know. Gotta really look for picks.
This next fight could really be the series ender, right? Like, if DH right now they're a little bit behind, they're about 3k gold behind. One more fight could put this like out of reach and begin to like be really hard. So I think they need to find, like you said, a pick somewhere. This Zac, I believe, does have his passive up, so maybe you have to look somewhere else, like this Aphelios or Lulu. But then again, Lulu just has the ult to peel, right? So it's what can you do to find this pick?
I would try and make space with this Fiddlestick, you know, try and force something, you know, maybe sacrifice this top tower but get a shutdown. You know, that would then end up being worth it. Maybe you even blow a few of their sums and you prevent this Fiddlestick, because Fiddlestick, if he's able to get online, he'll snowball. But if he doesn't, he's kind of just a walking scarecrow, you know, and he's not that scary, and so he's more just a crow. So we're going to have to see how DH depends on elaborating on this very back and forth, but Tigers slowly kind of gnawing away at the lead here.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe DH still have the Herald up in play as well. I don't know when or where they're going to use it. They did get it. I don't remember them using it after getting it though.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, Zodicon, they're looking to collapse on the Zac. Neganar does have the ult up. Q does land. Zac is going to jump out. Will they force this Otacon? No, the rotations are not there. Everyone just spread out across the map. Just looking to push waves in. DH, no mid prio. ECU will beat them on the rotates if DH try to start anything from the mid lane.
Yeah, and we were talking about, again, okay, they traded that first dragon for Rift. Where's that Rift? Right? Their towers are still up, and ooh, some little trading between Aurora and Orianna. I think Orianna is saying, yeah, just leave me alone. My ult's back in like 10 seconds anyways.
So actually, now that you mentioned the Rift, the gap actually probably isn't, like, once that Rift Herald does come into play, the lead probably will cut down closer to like 2K or 1K. So
if they get value off the
they
Rift.
get value. Well, they're looking for the Viego here. Rom
kinda
is
walking
here.
in.
Fiddlesticks is here. They're gonna look to walk this down. 3 people here on this
Looking on
Viego.
the
Viego is still pretty healthy, but they're looking to play this. All
Trying
doesn't
to
land on. But
Ooh, the
is one.
Aurora's
Kismet
dead.
does land the auto.
Huge shutdown
onto the
for the
Viego. Viego ignited. Braum able to chase it down. This should be a kill. Caitlyn coming down onto the Viego. Does land. They're going to chase this down, but Viego able to dash away. That's a pretty big pick. They're picking to collapse on this Aphelios. This Aphelios might be caught.
Yeah, he may have overstayed his welcome. That's a huge shutdown onto the
Kenar
Caitlyn.
walk down on this Aphelios. If they are able to catch it here, it's going to be absolutely massive. Lots of ping. Rift Herald used on this mid tower. They're going to look to split this with the Drake. This is great macro from DH here. Aphelios on this mid lane. Kismet walking up the poke. Something's happening. Oh, crashing the tower. Yup, this mid tower should be gone. They're just looking to zone off and get set up for this Drake. TP coming in onto the bottom brush. This is going to be an absolutely massive fight for DH. They need to equalize here.
Walking down.
Zach
and so
is
if they play
here.
a little slow, it could go
Yep,
well.
they're just looking to play slow here. Maybe looking to counter engage on the Zach. He is challenging up, diving onto the Braum. That's not quite the
Kismet
target
getting
you
caught,
wanna
but
pick.
still on a
Big
shockwave.
Viego goes down. Kismet letting the shutdown on the Viego. They're gonna look to chase this down. Aphelios really low. Zach still with the passive.
The Gnarl
comes down. This
kill.
should be a kill, and the Drake. That's absolutely massive
That Caitlyn
fight.
lead was huge, and it's really coming in now. As we can see, the shockwave into the Fiddle ult onto 4 into, Kismet having the peeling he needs to be able to get the Lulu, then move on to the Zac, and he's really putting a dent into this Tiger team.
I think
And
it's a little bit of a misplay to dive onto the Braum. I think,
oh,
like,
yeah. Now, granted, he almost was able to pull Caitlyn back, but guess what? You have that Fiddlesticks ulting over wall. That was a great usage from the Fiddlesticks here. Really good ult, and it was able to peel. Again, the Toro team, they do have a lot of disengage, right? The
Yeah.
Braum ult, he's like, hey, leave us alone. We're not looking for much. Fiddlesticks ult's a great counter ult. The Shockwave to bring them all in has played incredibly well. And they also... Tigers burned 2 TPs for that. The Aurora TP'd in late,
100%,
died, right? And the Zac TP'd
And then Nora
as
walked down.
well.
Yeah, they just took the time to walk down to play on their fight. That's honestly a great because they set up Vision on the brush, but then they backed up to play off the Drake. Wait,
Yep.
is this a catch?
Ooh.
He's on Vision. Oh, this might be a fight for Otacon here. This might be an absolutely massive one.
Yeah, but no, that now DH has this tempo. They got back that gold league, and they are soul point, which is really huge as well. We're gonna see kind of how this positioning goes. I don't know if the Tigers can contest this Lulu. She's not really able to get a whole lot of value out of the shielding right now.
Aurora has ult coming up in the next 10 seconds. That's all 10 ults
Maybe we
up
could
in
see
the game.
items. Maybe items will be able to kind of tell a story on if. Let's see, the Caitlyn has 3 items, so that's huge. Has a whole item on the enemy ADC. The mid laners are relatively similar. The Fiddlesticks almost has his Zonias. In top lane, it's kind of, no, the Zac has an item.
Zac,
yeah, just tank Zac. And then in the support role right now, we got Locket and almost a Redemption. So I think if DH waits a little bit, if they're able to, put the car in brake,
Yup.
farm up just a little bit. Let the Braum finish his Redemption. Let the Fiddlesticks finish his Zonia. Look for that fight.
100%.
If they do that, they're gonna have the item advantage, and we could very well see it in the next fight. And DH suddenly was down 2-7, only had 2 dragons. Now they're up, right?
Yeah,
How are they going
100%.
to let this tempo continue for them?
ECU stealing this red buff like a bunch of thieves, but all good. We're not worried, You can take the red buff, Dandruff, I don't even know.
You're trying.
Cheetos Puffs, DH and 5.
DH. Oh man. Oh my.
We're just having fun out here until until this match is over, and then
Then it's
yeah.
game 5.
Yeah, then it's
Oh.
game 5.
If DH is able to get there, we have to see.
Not if, when.
Right now we know Dragon's coming up in like 3-ish minutes. Again, this Braum, if we're able to check items, he may have that locket that they're looking for. The Fiddlesticks may have Zonias that they're looking for. It's going to be really important to see these items and which team's going to have the advantage for this fight. It's going to be the deciding factor.
I think DH are in a really good place, right? Because they have the leverage of having Soul or coming up on Soul Point, and so now ECU kind of has to pick, what they want to do. Do they want to give up Soul to go for Baron? Do they want to follow DH to the Baron? DH could even not go do Drake and go do Baron. Like, DH have so many options. They can kind of just play around the objectives, not really decide on anything. And ECU, granted, if either team really makes one mistake, this game could swing like wildly the opposite.
Oh
way.
yeah. Yeah, and we kind of saw it whenever they were able to, they got so hungry to get that Caitlyn, the Zach jumping on. They're like, we got Caitlyn. Nope, they had a Fiddlesticks coming
I'm
out of
so
vision,
excited.
causing a true nightmare for Tigers as they turn over the fight. And now DH is very slightly ahead, but they have that soul point like you mentioned. And as we can look on the items, the Braum, he's buying an elixir. Instead of, maybe he wasn't close enough to get that redemption. He's getting a little tankier for this next fight. The team is aware. It seems like both teams are aware. This next fight could decide the tempo for the rest of the match and how much they're going to be able to sweep it. The Fiddlesticks just bought Zonias.
Yep.
This
could be
going
absolutely
to be
massive.
the factor. This is going to decide it. So I hope y'all are ready for a show. Let's see. What does it seems like
Just clearing out vision for Drake.
the Aurora, she has 2 items. The Caitlyn has 2 items as well. So we're going to really be able to see. The gold, it's straight up even. It's just one team has more Void Grubs, one team has more souls. And so it's really going to decide kind of the factor
They
here.
each have so much space, and Aurora is basing this. Drake is about to come up. That might be a mistimed base. I know they're probably trying to get an item, but they're going to need to look to... Oh, TP, never mind. TP's coming in. DH are going to look to start this
Aurora
Drake.
TP.
Look at that wall of traps. There's just no way in. ECU are going to need to wrap around. The Drake is already...
There's that
about down
Orianna
to
ball.
half.
The
The
shockwave.
big ult's landing. Going to have to flash out. Aurora's in alone. TP's to the other side. This Aurora should be dead.
Kismet
That's absolutely
slow.
massive by Kevin. The Zach is in the backline with the Viego. Lulu comes out, but the Lulu's being chased down. The Fiddle getting 2. The Fiddles and the Lulu, they're going to chase this down.
Almost a quad.
This is going to be an ace here.
It's looking like...
Zach able to get out, but
No,
can they...
Nars too quick on his feet.
The passive, he's going to try to get
He's
him.
gonna at least force passive.
It's
he
really
turn-
close.
into the
comes
Mega
down.
Gnarled.
W.
Okay, forces
Finish.
Zach passive. And they get the soul here. The soul is such a huge factor. That
Zach
soul
can go
just
down.
came up. He may have enough. Oh, the
It's
healing.
really close. It's really close. Run!
The Zach self-healing, self-preservation.
Guys, I need to breathe. Can we base and regroup? I need to breathe.
We could kind of see here this Fiddlesticks going off the Dragon to really cut down that backline. Nar positioning himself to make sure, hey, we're making sure everyone here is not able to continue this fight. The Viego dying and DH gets to go back.
That
They spent
Fiddle
so
ult.
much resources.
That Fiddle ult is ballistic. Like,
Yep. And that's what the Fiddle was looking for all game. And he had it last. I think he's really feeling his groove. He's really feeling the opportunity to continue spreading his ultimate onto the enemy team.
Zach with the Sunfire up now, but Kevin also producing Malignance. So he's gonna get that ult even quicker. For these team fights, wow, 2 team fights back to back. This would be
No break for the players, no break for the casters.
Yeah.
A huge
Whoa, that's massive. Kismet with the 1 onto the Aurora. Can they start this Baron? They're gonna look for it, or the Otacon, either one.
This
or
is
both.
the 4v5 now with a Soul and with an
The Zach
Atacon.
is gonna dive in.
This may have been the closest game yet, but things are really starting to shape up here for DH.
I still don't know if this is Flower. Oh, GA, start Baron.
Yeah, they follow it up with Baron. Now it's really gonna change. Like the tempo is now in DH's favor.
TP from Oriana to match this Aphelios.
Nice.
No
Playing
ult,
the wave.
unfortunately, to try to pressure. ECU are looking to walk back to class on this. Lulu is here. I can't even tell that Zach just walks into Viego is here, but It's gonna get knocked down.
the Lulu's
Lulu
not
down. This
enough.
Lulu's gone. Bye bye, Lulu. You're dead.
Lulu's not enough.
Boom! Killed by the Caitlyn. This Aphelios might be gone. The GA does get taken away from Max, being sent back to base. That's absolutely massive damage.
Soriana is
This
gonna just send it.
That's the soul.
Base boot too.
Wow! Can we wait? Did we finish Baron? All right.
Yeah. Finish Baron as well.
My hands are like shaking, dude. That is crazy.
Yeah.
This is an absolutely massive fight. I mean,
It's just
ECU were
not
at
enough.
ECU were just at such a big disadvantage. They didn't have the Aurora, and I mean,
They
even
didn't
though
have the soul. They didn't have the Atacon.
I don't know that Viego had ult there to like get resets even, and so I don't know if that was the fight. I mean, either way, giving up Baron, but trying to live and fight another day here. This is the closest game of the series so far.
Oh yeah. But it may have just really turned into DH's hand, and if we're able to look at the stats real quick, I would love to see this Caitlyn has 25 farm on the killer, but has 8 kills, has a whole extra item, has the Serpent Fang to make Lulu shielding worse. And you know, that's kind of the thing we were talking about in early game. You know, this Caitlyn getting the advantage of the farm, right? It's zoning out this Aphelios the whole time, and you know, at this rate, it's really looking like Caitlyn's kind of pick or ban for these teams. Both teams, you know, whoever ends up with it, she just seems very, very oppressive to be able to run the game in any way she
100%.
wants.
Oh, Fiddle's here. Make a play, Kevin.
It's looking like they're letting the waves crash with the Baron.
Do it for the people at home, Kevin. Come on.
And the Fiddlestick's trying to set up.
That's his blast
little
code here
ult.
too.
He definitely has the damage now. He has the GA. He has 2 levels on the enemy Viego. Really, again, you know, it feels like he's able to be persistent and continue leveling up throughout the game. And now he's a menace to be reckoned with. He is truly getting out of hand for the enemy team to deal with. And again,
ECU are collapsing on this boss side, looking to chase on this Orianna Viego. The stun doesn't land, or the root doesn't land. Bravo's looking to collapse up. That does a
huge
fat pull.
shockwave.
Viego having to flash out, but Kevin is here to chase us down. That's a massive ult onto the Viego. That should be one. Aurora
there's
comes
the
down.
Zonias.
Aurora unable to play, has to back up on half HP. Lulu and Aphelios are down to half HP. They're gonna chase us down. Kismet able to kill the Aphelios. They're gonna walk this down and finish the game.
very, very huge. And again, that Zonias that we were talking about,
Oh, that
right?
Q was massive.
Yeah.
That Infernal Soul just chunks for so much.
And that may be the game here. With only 3 left on the Tigers to defend, it's not looking great for the Tigers.
Aurora trying to clear the wave, but it's just too big. The Baron buff is just knocking down these towers. Just need to hit down one more and they're gonna start hitting the Nexus. Hit the Nexus!
The Phil 6
Able to get the shutdown, but
the Caitlyn and Orianna, they're just hitting it. Ooh, massive shockwave. And with that, we're going game 5.
we're going to game 5, baby! Yo,
Oh man.
what I say? It could be the Lulu, it could be the Nunu. It doesn't matter what you do. DH of 5.
Silver Scrape, see ya.
Let's go! Welcome back to Game 5 of the NECC Spring Playoff Final. I've been your caster, Kuno, with
Hayden, Irison.
yeah, we're here. We're live. It's been 4 hours. We've been grinding this out. Banger games. Now we're hopping into draft. Bands.
Caitlyn
With
ban.
the Caitlyn ban. So it's a coin flip now. I don't know. I don't know who's gonna win.
When the last
Rakan
time,
first pick.
pretty aggressive. When the Caitlyn was let through last time, or no, when she was banned last time, Tigers did take away the win. How are they going to respond this time?
With the win.
I like the idea of taking away the Xayah Rakan matchup. I don't know the ADC's champ pool, right? But you want to try and separate them or whatever it may be. So I like the idea of Xayah here. Not many things can outrange her. So pretty solid. And at Kismet, he seems very familiar on the champion as well.
A lot of mobility. Hard to lock down. Yeah. And I think it was like I don't know if it was a Penta or Quadra. Wukong locked in for DH. You know, this almost seems like they want ECU to dive into them. They want to play around. There's waiting to play the second turn as ECU locks in Jinx and Urgot. This Urgot has been decently effective. Not absolutely game breaking, but not like a bad pick either. And I presume this is going to be the Gnar.
Yep, I mean, top laner showing their card. We match with ours, right? Unless there's a more prio pick that they're looking for, maybe something from the support.
Wow.
But there's that Gnar. So all 5 games, Gnar. And it seems like the last time we had this matchup in top lane between the Gnar and Urgot, it didn't go too shabby for either party, you know? And so we're going to really be able to see which team kind of... where else is the fighting happening?
100%.
You know?
And I think this Ivern that was banned out actually takes away a lot from the Urgot. Like, previously, I don't even remember what game that was because I feel like I've been casting, like, a whole World's Final. But, I mean, the Ivern was just able to help the Urgot stay alive for so long and tank so many hits. Now, that's no longer available. As DH ban out the Lilia, this jungler is being targeted. 3 bans so far. What do they pick?
DH or the Tigers?
Tigers. What? I still think they should go Nidalee to be a Tiger. Just be on theme. Give us Alistar.
Have a good, Tiger versus Ox match.
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
I will say it looks like they're going to look to get some type of jungle pick. Maybe it's that Zac, right? But they don't have the Galio. DH doesn't have the Galio to match that Zac pick with, which may be something they're more looking for. The magic damage from the Tigers is probably what they're going to look to broaden out alongside what DH is going to look to do. They're probably going to look to get that magic damage out.
The Yone is open.
Yeah.
We've been talking about this Yone all day, and we haven't seen it once. So
it's been banned a couple times.
I think this is the game. I think this is the Yone game that I have not been waiting for because apparently he's pretty good at Yone. They ban out the Nautilus. The Alistar is open. Give us the Toro, give us the Bull.
With the Gnar. I wonder if they're going to wait and pick their mid laner first and then get that support pick. We'll have to see which one they want to get first. And they're okay showing that Orianna card with the Syndra band.
The Orianna has been consistent. I think Crow's level on the Orianna or in the mid lane has ramped up. The first game was really rough against the Syndra, but throughout the series, especially that last game, the Orianna Rs were absolutely huge.
Yeah, seeing a lot of comfort from the Toros right now, except that Xayah pick. That's the only one that we've not seen this series. Oh,
Annie mid.
And Annie?
I can't believe we went 5 games without seeing a Yone. I'm kind of like low-key disappointed, but all good. It is what it is.
The Annie pick is very, very interesting. It's not a very common pick to my knowledge. So I'm very intrigued to see how they plan to utilize it here.
Viego.
So the final pick will go to Junior, DH's support, and it's the
Bull!
It's the Bull.
They've
They've not locked it in yet, but that's what it looks like. And so Very wombo combo team from DH. They have the Alistar, they have the Orianna, they have the Gnar, they have the Wukong. A lot of physical damage from their team. The only magic damage they have is Orianna, but it doesn't matter if they're all dead from a wombo combo, right? And if we look at Tiger's team, they're pretty squishy. Rakan's not that tanky. Jinx also not tanky. Annie not tanky. Viego, he can get tanky, but he just gets a lot of health, not necessarily as much armor. And so it's going to be really interesting to see how fast can DH get that wombo combo off to be able to, get the Tigers, behind. Or are Tigers going to be able to kind of utilize this? It seems like they have a lot of in and out, right? Like Annie, she
I
can
love some in and out right now, by the way.
Annie, she can get a surprise stun on a few people, and they may be able to punish them for that. The Viego does heavily scale. It outscales the Wukong here, right? So that may be a little scary to deal with. And the Jinx, it could go toe to toe with Xayah. I think Jinx may have a little bit of a hyper carry, but it's a smidge. We're not talking a lot.
I'm interested to see what ECU have in terms of chain CC, because I feel like that's something that's been really lacking over the course of 4 games. I mean, with the Syndra and the Nunu, they had a lot of damage, and even though those characters do have CC, they were so fed that it just looks like damage, not CC. But I would like to see if this Viego is able to, chain together with the Annie, with the Urgot, with the Rakan, to, focus the first target, right? Because I think DH's comp is pretty hard to lock down, right? The only real traditional tank is the Alistar, because the Gnar is able to play around, especially on these dragon fights, the river and stuff like that. And so I'll be interested to see what they can do and how clean it looks.
Yeah, DH in those strokes, it may be the last thing these Tigers see. They're able to kind of CC them against the wall, pull back all those feathers, and that would be the end of Game 5. But the Tigers, at the same time, maybe Rakan's able to dive in and out of the battle, Jinx is able to get her passive going, Urgot's able to be a brawly tank for them, and that may be all they need to get rolling and really seal the deal away from DH.
100%. I'm just so excited to hop into this Game 5 and see who wins this playoff final as we cut to a quick break for this game to get started.
See you guys.
See you.
We're here.
Yo, production. Production's a little sleepy over there. Welcome back to Game 5 of this best of 5 series. DH able to equalize on the last game 2-2. It's gonna be an absolute banger. No trickery going on here. Just a spread looking to get some information from both sides. So hopefully nothing crazy will happen. But as you know, that 15-minute mark, something wild is about to happen. It always happens. It's happened every game. 15 minutes, like everyone sees red, starts fighting, start brawling it out.
Yeah, we'll have to. I'll hold you to it. I'll check back in at 15. Right now, like you're mentioning, just 5-pointing, gaining information, trying to see.
Is that the
5-point?
official 5-pointing?
Yeah, it's 5-pointing. You could either have your jungle mid or your mid. Ooh, a little trading from these mid laners right now, but Orianna not chasing too far. Doesn't want to get caught. Ooh, this Annie's getting some really big trading, which can be really scary.
Don't get hit by the bear.
Another auto.
Yeah, but that auto range is like long.
Annie, so she actually has one of the longest auto ranges in the game. Not the longest, but one of them, especially for a mid laner. So this Annie is doing a great job kind of using that to her advantage, like you were mentioning. Like, wow, she's got that reach. Annie, she could be really strong. And so I'm kind of excited to see a pick like that. It's something not picked often. And so I definitely want to keep eyes on that. But right now, this Gnar and Urgot lane, they've done it before. They'll probably do it again. Some little trading back and forth. You do this, I do that. It's like a dance, really.
Trading and dance is generous because they are like trading kills and like
And shedding blood and all that.
Yup.
And it does seem like DH is going to give them level 2 in bot lane right here. Just saying, hey, just respect it. And the Orianna is being shoved in as well. Let's see. She got 2. I think she got 1 more.
-2.
-2. So yeah, let's the Alistar's at level 2 as well. I don't think they're going to look for anything crazy early. This is another one though. It's very similar to the first match actually, where like both comps, they kind of have the pros and cons. I think DH has a lot better team fight potential with all the Wallow combo that they have, even the Alistar headbutt or Zaya feathers.
Oh, there's a fight here. Ignite goes down.
The
Jinx. Stun. There should be a kill here.
The barrier flash.
And barrier having to be used. Rakan trying to peel, but they should be able to chunk the Rakan out as well. That's really close on the Jinx.
That's really huge. If I'm DH right now, I'm tracking those ADC timers, and in the next 5 minutes, I'm putting resources to get that Jinx. If you're able to put Jinx behind, she won't be able to really get anything going for herself. And we saw what happened last time the ADC got ahead for DH. They were able to come back at 2-7 deficit. So maybe they're going to look for something like that again, put some resources into Kismet.
This Orianna does have a little bit of prio with the Viego hovering towards this topside river. I don't think he got the crab in bottside river, but he should get this one in topside. Max does need to be careful just in case Viego does look for this gank. It looks like he will have the push on this top side. A little susceptible to ganks. Yup, Viego got the crab.
And we see him looking mid and
Orianna needs to be careful. Does have the flash up. Is walking down towards the river. That's honestly such good game awareness. I don't know if there was like a ward or anything up, or if they just knew based on
he just was
felt it in his bones.
Yeah, and he also wanted to head towards that Wukong, right? His Wukong's right there, and so if he's able to path towards him, he could have a little more protection. So I think that was really well played by the Orianna. And it seems like they're, just trading a little bit. If we're able to look at the stats, see if there's some
Outliers.
if there's anything crazy. The Annie has 10 farm.
10 CS!
But the other 10 CS is for Kismet, right? And so right now, it's pretty even in gold across the board. We saw what happened last time DH got lead on the ADC, and I will say, the Jinx is coming back with a Cole. This is a pretty sink or swim item. They're spending money early to kind of get it back later.
I don't understand how Cole works.
So every time you kill a minion, it will go down by 1, and you gain 1 extra gold. When you complete 100 minions, you get a bonus 300. Or don't quote me on the number, but you get a bonus, and then you could also sell the item. So
you get 300 for completing the item,
Something like that. Not. It's a lot. It's enough for it to matter.
The math is not mathing here. Somebody needs to check this out, because so you get 1 gold for killing a minion,
Yes. And then when you complete that, it's like a mini quest.
and
so
it's 100 minions to complete the item.
Yes.
So it's 100 gold.
Yeah, you get 100 from just killing minions, and then for completing it, you get another bonus set. So it totals out to probably somewhere around 200. And so around that mid game, right, Jinx may have a lot more gold, but right now she's taking that hit, and so her summoner spells are down, right? So if I'm a DH fan right now, I'm really hoping to see us try to get that Jinx dead, because if she's able to, she will lose out on the tempo of her Cole.
Yo, doesn't coal cost 450?
It does.
So where is this gold coming from? Wait, I'm not moving off this topic until we figure it out. Okay.
Oh, wait. We need to, because the Orianna's giving first blood, and so
Our producers are pulling up the math. So it costs 450. You get 100 gold for completing the item, or you get 100 gold total for.
not
So
300.
300. So we're missing. So it's a bad item.
No. It's only they only need 100 CS to get 100 gold. What I don't know is how much gold do they get for completing. I don't know that off the top of my head. But Xayah is looking for a fight with the Alistar. They're pulling those feathers.
That's a
through.
massive fight.
It's very close 2v2.
Ignite
Like
is used
equal
on the
trade.
Xayah.
Yep, both ADCs still have barrier.
Does the item have like a tariff on it? Like,
Oh my lord. I'm not too sure. But they just got Dragon for DH, and the Viego got Grubs. And so once again, it is this trade-off, right? That they keep going back and forth. This song and dance. DH is probably going to get the next Dragon, and the Tigers will get the next Void Grubs. And we will see which team kind of fares better off, you know? Alistar looking back here, not too sure. Ooh, Orianna in trouble. The chain CC, but
the chain CC missed like barely by like a pixel.
But it ended up not mattering too much because Shockwave kind of nullified that engage. And so now, Kismet just hit 6. Alistar should be 6 soon. If we're able to get another look at kind of the CS, there's a 20 CS gap between ADCs for DH, and there's a 10 CS gap between the mid laners, and 10 in top. But it may not matter. Minar's getting a lockdown
That's a massive
with the
ult.
Wukong, and DH responds to the Void Grub from earlier with a kill up in top. So DH is slowly kind of, you get a kill, I'll get a kill elsewhere.
So now that the fight in top is over, I'm on the league wiki, and so killing a minion grants 1 gold.
Yes.
After killing 100 minions, it grants an additional 350 gold.
Okay.
So where is the money coming from?
It's you get stats on top of the item, so you get, I think it's 3 health on hit
And 7 attack
AD.
damage.
So yeah, that's I mean, and you get to sell the item. I think it's like 20 gold to sell the item, so you're making a profit of like 470. If you think about it, if you're spending
Profit of 470?
well, no, sorry, a profit of 20 gold if you sell the item.
I'm not bought into this. I think this is like fake news. Just buy a longsword, man. Just buy a longsword.
Well, both lanes are just kind of AFK farming, right? That's where, you get little extra gold. But right now, that's kind of the thing, right? These teams kind of aren't, right? There's a 25 CS gap between these ADCs right now. And that Cole, again, it could have went towards maybe a longsword and something else. But instead, Xayah now has a pickaxe, right? Alongside a Warhammer compared to Jinx's BF sword. And they both have D-blades. And so Xayah has like 20 more AD on them right now. And that could be the 2v2 that explodes and breaks open game, but we're getting a gank from the Viego.
A big knockout from Junior. This
Huge
cover is here.
flash,
This could be a
huge
massive
counter
flank
gank.
here. Alistar able to kill the Viego. They're going to walk this down. But we're kind of able to just walk away. I think if Jinx had bought a longsword instead of Cole, they'd probably get like 3 kills there, but I'm just not convinced that that's a real item.
It is, and it has its very niche purposes. I'm not saying Jinx should or shouldn't have went it necessarily, but what I do know is DH is now up a kill, and it's almost 1,000 gold gap. So it's getting kind of closer and closer to maybe DH is going to break away here. The next Void Grubs are coming up here relatively shortly. alongside the Dragon. And so the DH and Tigers will probably just make the same trade they've been doing all night, which was you get the Void Grubs, I'll get the Dragons.
Yup.
We'll figure it out later.
No, not later. At 15 minutes. At 15 minutes, we're figuring this out in the river.
Yes.
That's
Yeah, you may be right on the money. We will have to see. But right now, in top lane, it's kind of this back and forth island. Just you farm, I farm, yada yada. You know. Mid, if we're able to check the farm between the mid laners, there is a 20 CS gap there as well. So it seems like for the Orianna...
That probably set you back like at least a wave or two.
Oh,
massive
going
gank here.
down again. It's not confirmed, maybe... Oh, the unnecessary flash, but the confirmation is probably easy mind to them.
Wait, they're gonna get grubs.
Whoa.
Oh my god, a different play pattern other than the
two sets of grubs into 2 dragons. DH is saying no more 6 grubs. We're gonna take away the grubs this time.
Do we get crab too?
Will they get dragons? The question. That's what we're gonna have to see. Because dragon's coming up here in a little bit, but
buy 3 grubs, get a dragon for free.
yeah.
I think that's the deal.
So we're gonna have to kind of see how it plays out.
Is that demolish on the tower?
Yes.
Yeah. A lot of damage.
This Urgot going down, couple of kills. It makes their only frontliner not as tanky. He's not gonna be able to get online as quick. And with this team, they may be able to shred through them. This could be scary for them. And so I'm really excited to see. It looks like they're bringing down those numbers to fight, something DH isn't afraid to do. We'll give the prio, we'll give whatever. We're taking this objective.
Orianna needs to be careful here, because if they try to walk down, they're picking to fight here. Orianna just needs to walk backwards. This Urgot's looking pressure, having to flash out, but it's a good flash. Honestly, this is wasting a lot of time. This Urgot will take 2 tower shots. And the DH are getting the bottom plate, so like, that's honestly...
That was a fantastic response from DH, not really getting overpressured. Orianna being like, hey, I'm not here to like waste anyone's time. I'm flashing. Y'all wasted your time.
And Urgot could have shoved that wave in instead. Now this Gnar is back and he does have a decent lead.
Yeah, he may be able to kind of chase him down here. He definitely has the gold onto the Urgot, and as we're already seeing...
The Sheen's going to put in some pain.
Maybe the Gnar could look for either freeze, but oh, this is DH. Looks like they're contesting for the dragon.
Yeah. Well, the Orianna is dead.
He doesn't have
notice.
ult. Yeah, I guess she died.
We are looking to sell this off. They stole it. They play off this. The Wukong ult is big. They should be able to kill. They're going to chase out this Annie. Annie should be dead. These massive Qs. Can they flip this? Well, they did flip, but let's flip it some more. The Shake is just going to walk away to the bottom tower. I mean, it's a okay play, right?
So, yeah, for the first dragon for our enemy team, they did secure it, right? But Xayah, again, this gap between the ADCs, gold-wise, must be talked about. We're talking 20 CS up. We're talking a shutdown gold up. And alongside 2 assists. If we're able to look at the items just one more time, we see Jinx with the Unitals still trying to finish off that goal, but the Xayah is already getting close to their Phantom Dancer. Look, they have the Zeal,
oh
they
my
have the
god,
2
they're
daggers.
like almost a full item up.
Yep, already, and so...
Wait, I'm so like convinced that Cole's a bait item. Wait, actually, I'm so, sorry. Sorry to the audience. I'm just, like, I just can't get over this item.
Yeah, but I'm... It looks like DH is trying to push this lead for their ADC, which again, saw what happened last game this happened. And mid's going somewhat even. It looks like maybe they're 20 CS behind, which is equivalent to roughly a kill, but it's okay. They're getting objectives. They're putting the gold on the people they want. And you know, they may be champs for these decisions. You know, this is the game 5.
No,
this is the
knock
finals.
on wood, knock on wood. No, we're not. The word.
Oh, the Orianna ulting off, but the chain CC from Annie.
The Alistar's to follow up. Is there anyone
and the
here?
Wukong
is here.
nearby.
The Wukong have ult. I can't see. No, it's a little bit short. Able to save Junior on this Alistar.
Try and hold it a little bit.
The Orianna's being caught a little bit. I would like to blame you for mentioning the C word, and then the moment you say that, something bad immediately happens, and so...
this is looking good in bot and top for H, looking at a little trade on the Jinx, contesting this camp. Viego getting the smite advantage on him.
Viego's a full level ahead. I mean,
Yeah,
it's probably
he
close.
just leveled up off of
I
it.
see, yeah.
So yeah, just a smidge. The big ones are definitely in
Triforce
mid
is up,
and
yeah.
ADC right now. And unfortunately, that Orianna is kind of really struggling to get online. Currently 0-3. But
Flash
a
engage! This
huge
should be a
from
double kill.
Junior.
Can we chase this down? Flash having to be used. The Zaya's not really there to follow.
The Chompers cut her off as really good defensive Chompers, but trading a support Flash, especially in Alistar's compared to Jinx's Flash,
100%.
definitely will take that over time because we have objectives coming up. And now Jinx Flash, if they're able to wombo combo onto her, I'm telling you, pay attention to this next positioning from the Jinx. If they're able to dive on her, she's not getting
Engage.
Ooh,
Flash being
speaking of
used.
flashes,
I think it's Urgot's dead.
yeah. Urgot flashed and Wukong flashed and Gnar flashed. They really wanted that kill, and now they could kind of go for Rift. So how will this Rift be used? That only time will tell. This Orianna is doing a great job soaking in that XP for themselves, trying to stay within range of this Annie, but also, you know, doing their best to toe that line.
But they're pinging to be careful on this ball wave. This Viego is... they're going to try to walk on this. Junior should be fine, though.
Oh, Viego mispositioning there.
And Kismet also has
Alistar.
flash as well, but not needing to use it. Wow, that's a little bit of a... That's a, like, just losing, like, micro play. Kind of like buying a coal. Instead of... DH is able to get the Baron because they, like, invest their time into something actually useful. And then ECU kind of just aren't able to find anything on this boss side.
Yeah, that was definitely a misposition from the Viego. Junior, great reaction time, mainly being like, why are you here? You know, just pushing him off and forcing that flash. And again, objectives are coming up. That dragon, it'll probably be up before the Viego's 5. You know, it's coming up already. So it's really going to come down to how that looks. And looks like
Junior's so good on this Alistar. There's going to be a massive fight here. I mean, DH are a little bit... They don't have the players. They're a little bit behind on numbers. They're going to try to defend this top tower as Viego decides to base. He cancels as well. That's just messing up their tempo by, like, just messing them up a little bit. Orianna's going to catch this... Should catch 2 bot waves and be able to move onto this Drake.
Yeah, it's they're looking to kind of maybe reset for this dragon here. Maybe push out mid and bot, but there's a almost 3k gold gap, so we're not quite there to that point of like, oh, it's, you know, over, you know, it's
Oh yeah, for sure.
but
for sure.
it's creeping up on the Tigers if they don't find a way to be able to counteract it. Looks like they're setting up for this dragon. They already have the Prion bot. Well, actually, the Prion, yeah, they have enough Prion bot. They have enough Prion mid. It seems like they may try to go for it.
We forgot about the 15-minute mark because it was completely calm. Or there was some
Or
fighting.
maybe there was so much going on. we
Yeah,
lost track.
100%. Yeah.
I like what this Orianna is doing, playing really safe right now, not wanting to walk into bait, waiting for her kind of frontliners.
Because Ani does have ult up. That's a good key
Yep.
there.
Yep, using it to space, and that's what Orianna is great for, right? She's able to kind of take up this space
DH
for
having
free.
so much of this river control, just shoving Jinx and
And
Rakan
here's
out of the
that
river.
Rift Herald that may lead into a dragon, you know, we mentioned earlier.
This is great. DH have had really consistent macro all day as Kevin Tokyo drifts this Baron into the tower. Are they able to finish this off? They should be able to.
And
Engage,
more!
knock up.
The
They should
Jinx!
be able to find
Remember,
another shake. No
she
flash.
doesn't have
Yep,
the
no
flash, which is what we talked about when these objectives are coming up.
Can we go down and play for Drake?
Oh yeah, they're gonna get Drake.
Oh, Drift?
They're gonna get Drake, and that's exactly what I mean on your most vital individuals, your Annie and your Jinx, and kind of your Viego.
The hero's still alive.
You need those flashes
Yep.
for moments like that, and just like that, it's now tipping
Crash.
into DH's scale.
Oh, he's walking.
Will he walk all the way?
walking.
He's making a mighty fine walk.
Yep.
I think the wave's gonna stop him a little bit.
Nope.
I don't think he has enough health for this. No, it looks like, yeah.
Very sad. Life of a Rift Herald.
Life of a Rift Herald. But this is, you know, now that Jinx...
With his Annie's being engaged on, Viego is here to cover stun, but Junior is so
Alistar's
tanky.
so
They're here to play. The
tanky.
Orianna's just poking
And
them
the
out.
Viego-
Ignite comes down. This Viego is surely dead. I think they have ult, but Gnar able to clean up the kill. They're gonna walk down on this Annie. This Annie is scrambling.
Yeah. I mean, again, you know, we gotta ask ourselves, were the Tigers looking for a warding position? Were they looking for a catch? Where was the fun in that if they were trying to do that. You know, it just seems like they're
'Cause the
kind of falling apart right now.
The waves aren't even pushed. Stun comes onto Junior, but again, he's so tanky.
It just doesn't matter.
If DH wins, do we get like a DH Alistar skin? like Worlds?
Let's talk to Riot about that.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
can
yeah.
figure it out.
I'll hit up my contact.
Yeah, you got those. But it does seem like the Gnar has the Black Cleaver, which is great for the Wukong. It's great for the Xayah here. I'm a big fan of it. And this Xayah, she is on her way to her 3rd item. She's, you know, and the Jinx, not even on the 2nd item.
Just
you
need to be
know?
careful that we're not stacking the cleavers.
And so yeah, it's looking like DH is, you know, confidently taking control of this game. They do have a 4K gold lead, and that could be very prominent. You know, Junior, he's not really scared here. He's kind of walking up. It's like, I'm checking out what you guys are doing. I want to set up for an objective. Here's my wards. And now it's about just kind of keeping waves pushed, kind of playing this slow ball game, you know, just, you know, be a little patient,
Yup.
right? Be patient, play slow. You have the tempo, you have
TV
the
coming down for this Orianna. They're gonna walk down this Urgot.
Ooh, they're chasing
no
her down.
vision. They're aware. Oh, Urgot using TP. That's honestly
Does he get? He gets.
that's
out.
honestly a great TP. That's honestly a great TP. Could they
Man.
try to flip it into the Gnar pick?
Maybe that would be.
He should.
pretty
He
intense.
should be aware.
And he's running
Able
for
to
it.
E out.
Oh, the
good
counter
flash. Good flash.
Oh, dodging the stun completely, but they're not done. They're chasing him down, but who's gonna be able to respond? Looks like
He's
the
good.
Gnar.
He's good.
They may
Oh,
be
he-
able to
oh.
counter collapse. Look at the Viego and Jinx out position to our left.
Oh, wait,
then
playing
the
on this.
Rakan.
Rakan is gone. He's dead.
Ooh, no, he has a good
he's-
flash
yep, he's
himself.
salty.
Oh, the shield from Annie, making sure he's able to get out way scot-free. And so many summoner spells were used there, but this Orianna doing a great job staying in the side lane, pushing that out. Yeah, maybe we could see this little transfer a little better. The Annie getting ready to collapse, and this upcoming flash was crazy.
Reaction
really,
time.
really locked in. Great reaction time to be able to buy the time his team needs to burn the Rakan flash, right? Make the Annie, you know, force something. Right?
I don't think that flash happens in game 1. I think you need to like mentally. I think you need to mentally like be dialed into your monitor. That's like a game 5 type of play. But honestly, gotta be clutch. Gotta be clutch in these moments. DH, they're honestly like individually they've been all right, but I think their macro play overall and their teamwork, like it's very rare to catch a DH member on their lonesome as they start to take control of this Baron pit. Catches in the pit at 25.
Yeah, it's turning out to be a little. There's definitely action, but people are responding with their summoner spells. So now this is where tracking those summoner spells are so vital. We can see that Jinx has hers up, right? But Kismet, he doesn't have his flash, but he has his ult, right? So that's a good
100%.
anti-tool. And I think Tiger. The Tigers, they don't have a lot of dive. They don't have a way to kind of start the fight. They have the Rakan, and if they're, you know, able to set up an Annie ult, but Viego's great for follow-up. Urgot's pretty good for follow-up, right?
Yeah, I think that's been a consistent problem with the ECU draft. Really is their support was on mage typically, and I mean their mid laner didn't really have CC either. Their jungler didn't really have CC, and so like you said, where is the trigger pull coming from?
Yeah, what is their team identity? And we can see DH here, they have an identity. They want those choke points. They have ways to start fights. They have the Alistar. They have the Wu, they have the Gnar follow-up, or even beginning Orianna, etc. You know, and Xayah, it's tough. You get her barrier, okay, she has her ult. You get her ult, okay, she may have flash.
Yeah.
Right?
100%.
How do you get onto the Xayah? And she's the biggest threat right now. She has the most gold on their team. I think she has the biggest shutdown. No, it's this Gnar actually with 4
Took it.
kills. Yeah, he's just doing damage in the side lane, really being a menace. And hopefully we get to see that Gnar in team fights more because he has that Black Cleaver and he's able to kind of shred it for
Drake
the
for Otacon
Xayah.
trade is honestly pretty good. Oh, they're booking it up the river.
Yeah, they're looking
Can they
to
get
fight.
Can they stop this? Max looking to push down this bot wave as Insurance is Urgon needing to match. This is a 4v4 on the bot side. They're able to get the Otacon down. I still don't know.
They're still responding.
GA? It's G. This is game 5. Still don't know what the Otacon does. But able to get the GA. And DH aren't going to look to press the issue further. They still have the advantage. And so maybe they just let the GAs run out.
Yeah, just kind of let the Tigers try and force something, right? They were able to push out mid and bot, and that allowed them to kind of, okay, now you have to catch these waves, and that's important to do whenever, again, anyone has GA, especially because this one's timed. You just kind of want to, okay, catch these waves, right? The Xayah and Jinx, because the Xayah has a lead here, the gold on her is going to weigh a lot more. The Orianna versus Annie both can scale. The Annie is a little, not the Annie, the Orianna is behind, but, maybe it's all about the shockwaves, because we've seen consistent, great
100%.
shockwaves. The Wukong is really nice for starting fight and following up, but the Tigers here, that was a good far sight. Yep. Just kind of poke them out, be like, what are y'all planning? They're trying to set up for that Baron.
So I looked it up. Otacon GA lasts 2.5 minutes. Oh, why are we laughing over here? I'm just trying to provide insight to the cast. My production team thought I was going to go on another 5-minute rant about Cole, which is incredibly useless, as we've come to discover. But unlike the Cole, the Otacon GA lasts for 2.5 minutes. And so I wonder, it'd be tech if they can, engage on this Baron as the Otacon is running out in order to, catch them. I don't know if they're, tracking the Otacon like that, but I think that would be, a crazy play to make.
It's definitely something you want to, keep in mind, right? Because if you do this fight, here's the thing. This game's not totally out of the
100%.
world yet. It's a 2,400 gold lead. That's not too bad. It's not great, but it's not the end of the world. And when you have this Otacon buff, that all it takes is those GA revivals, right?
I think DH are kind of doing what I said, not because I said it, but they're kind of just poking around this Baron pit, gonna walk them off, and eventually this GA is gonna run out. Yeah, and once this GA is out, I mean, it's gonna be an absolute clash.
Yeah, then the tempos really goes from there, and that's where it is at right now, right?
No,
The
Junior
GA is gone.
Junior does not have a care in the world. He's walking at everything.
Yeah, he's able to frontline, and that's what the DH team needs, They need those front lines to be able to create space for the Xayah. They need it so that Orianna can comfortably move her orb around. And the Wukong, he's able to follow up if the Alistar decides things are starting, So it's really, really interesting to see, again, they're on Soul Point, right? This
100%.
lead is getting close to 4K, don't like that if you're a Tigers fan. So it's just really tough right now, them trying to play within these lines. DH needs to continue playing consistent and safe, and they will eventually outscale the Tigers. So if I'm a Tiger fan right now, I'm really hoping my Viego's able to get a good W off into maybe an Annie stun, right? Onto maybe that Orianna. The Xayah, she can't ult if she CC chained. If we're able to take a look at the items, we can maybe see if the Xayah has any type of way to cleanse, and she does not, right? So it's very possible. All it takes is that Viego stun, that Rakan knockup, that Annie ult, right? Any of those will force it.
At the start of the Baron fight here, looking to knock this down. It's about 1/4 of the way through. They're late. ECU is late to this. Urgot is here, but they can't really get a contest off. Urgot's going to need to full send into this. I don't really think he has an option. It's about down to half. 6,000, 5,000. Max is here to cover this. Baron is free. They're just going to walk away from this. Jinx Rocket comes through, but unable to seal. They block it off. So that's Baron. They're going to base and start pushing out these waves. And Drake is up.
We could see in the next 3 minutes, because that's how long Baron is, we could see DH either taking over Nexus, or the Tigers, they were able to claw their way back and make it a, even closer game. I feel like they're clawing right now, trying to grab onto.
I see what you did there. Tiger, claw, yup, you're cooking.
But looks like they're having Junior kind of walk up.
Oh, there's the death bush. The Drake is here. They're gonna fight for this. Ward comes down. How they spotted out the bush.
It looks like a
Yup, they know it's there. Engage comes in from Junior.
Pushing the Urgot.
Blocking back. Urgot is up. Junior's getting really low. Wukong comes out. Oh, it's massive.
They're
massive.
low. It's massive
They're playing
for
this.
Tigers.
The Viego taking the Wukong.
The feathers coming out.
Oh, the Xayah is massive. The Nova is massive. The ult finish.
And
they're gonna chase down this Urgot, and he goes down.
They're looking
This
for
Urgot's
it.
absolutely wanting to be the flash kill.
just
Finish
to knock it out.
him! Or the Drake! Finish the Drake!
That's huge.
That's
it will translate into a
absolutely
soul
crazy.
for them. The Baron, it's usually used to kind of push stuff out there, but man, this fight was pretty intense. We see a two-man shockwave. We look at Kismet, right? He has his ult up that he's about to use.
Yep, he flashes
right?
out,
Look.
and then he hits R.
Counters the Viego damage,
Yup.
right? And the Nard, he's like, oh, now's my time. He goes in and he's able to get great ulti off.
That's massive from Kismet.
It was, yep, trying to draw out all of those resources, and they just can't quite get on him. He
think
still
they're-
is the only person who's not died this match. You know, staying resilient and being untouchable is where he's
100%.
at right now. And now they're looking to get reset off. Maybe they'll be able to get that Baron use on a couple of their members.
This bot tier 2 is crashing hard. That's like 2 full waves on it.
And that gold, it's getting closer and closer to 4,000.
Go,
you
Cannon,
know?
go!
Maybe they'll look to kind of end the game with the Baron, be able to push out some minions. They could probably look for a team fight. Just because I think they do have the items on them. Maybe we could get a little look at the inventory of these two teams. And, you know,
Oh, they're on this Urgot here. That's 4 members of DH looking to collapse on this Junior. Pressing him down. Shockwave comes down. Root comes down. That's honestly such great layering of CC from DH. They're going to look to play on this. Max able to just jump away. He's level 18, by the way.
Yep.
He's
been in that side lane, soaking that XP.
I think Max has been so consistent throughout the series. Shout out to all the Max supporters. I know you're in the chat. We've been talking about you in the lab. We appreciate it. As DH look to hit this top tier 3 and get the in Wukong in him. The peel does come out.
And
It's fine. Yeah, the peel is good there, but again, no counter engage. They don't have any way to like get on to to
it's
DH.
pretty much just a Recon W. And maybe an Annie ult if they get lucky. And that makes it really tough when you're consistently, again, you're trying to, you know, fight back, but you don't have a way to, you know, throw the punch, per se, you know?
Yes.
You don't have a way to start the fight. You just are reactionary. And they're looking for a death bush. Instead of backing, getting items, they're like, we're ahead enough. We could try and take stuff away. And I'm really glad to see this. They're like, you know what? We're taking away the blue buff. Is there anything else? If not, let's recall. Let's set up.
Max took their red buff as well.
Yep, and it's little stuff like that that'll definitely put the enemy team behind. And again, it's these little battles. It's now at a 5k plus for DH. They have the soul. It's just about consistency right now, making sure they don't do anything too hasty to, you know, turn the tempo over to enemy team, because we are getting too late game where everyone's starting to have items. You know?
Orianna has a stopwatch as well. I was just about to say, I think Kismet is kind of untouchable with the ult. Let's see, barrier flash is coming up in maybe about a minute and a half, and so you know, 2 minutes left on this Baron spawning and about 3 minutes on this Dragon. Who can you look for, right? Orianna has a stopwatch, and then the Alistar and the Gnar and the Wukong will just collapse on you.
They're too tanky.
So
they're brawlers. They want you to focus them.
They need to find an angle, and honestly, this is the exact same look that ECU threw at DH in the first game. Instead of the Syndra in the bot lane, it's the Gnar, and they were just playing grouped as 4. Junior just running around. Honestly, like, there's no way to stop him. There's no like engage. I mean, even Jinx doesn't really have any, like, there's the traps, but the chompers you said, but
Yeah, and I mean, now it's just kind of a waiting game for these waves to crash. They're obviously getting ready for both Baron. After Baron, it'll be Elder. And it's really, really going to be important here to see how these people wave minion, right? Is
100%.
DH going to be able to push it out fast enough to set up the vision, to set up the Baron? Or are they going to, you know, have the Annie be able to clear it? The Jinx, she's very good at clearing those waves, right?
yes.
So it's like, it's this back and forth, and who's really going to get the edge?
The DH have done a really patient job. They do not want to get caught. Maybe game 5, they're definitely locked in. No mistakes here.
Rather
Junior
be safe
will,
than sorry.
Junior will be basing, maybe possibly having an item in days. And they're grouping for this Baron. This Baron is going up to occupy the pit. this fight could make or break the game. This could be the end.
It could open it up. These fights have been pretty close despite the soul advantage and the gold, and so, but every single time these teams fight again, DH has a little more gold.
DH, I mean, both sides have all their flashes up, all their ults up. This is going to be a massive fight. Urgot looks to walk up and engage, but again, unable to pull anyone in to follow up on. They're just looking to poke around this Baron. Orianna a little bit behind the play, but he's going to walk up as Max pushes his mid wave. They can't walk up. They're just so spaced off on this Baron. Maybe there might not even be a Baron fight, but just a fight in the jungle. Junior's looking for this engage. Onto the Viego, does stun. Will they walk on this? No, that does no damage. Jinx slow, not able to land. They just have so much HP. They can't play. ECU can't play.
It's looking like a dance, right now. Everyone's just going mid.
100%.
I think they need to send those solo laners to the side lanes, let those waves crash, cause the enemy team to respond to you. Instead, we're just kind of getting a mosh fight in mid lane. But, it's understandable too, right?
It's like a Cardi concert, like Rolling Loud.
It's really tense right now where everyone's like, the next fight could easily decide the tempo of the game.
Dude, ECU are just matching DH here. DH walk towards Drake. ECU are going to walk towards Drake. They don't have to engage. Junior's just so fast. Oh, they're walking up as 5. Can they find an engage onto Junior? Engage from the Rakan, but it's no good. The Rakan's going to get bursted down. And they're going to try to walk down back onto this Urgot. This Urgot's walking up. Is that the Viego? I can't even tell. The Alistar does go down, but the Andy is dead. They're gonna chase this down. They're gonna kill the Urgot. Oh, this Jinx is frying. The Jinx is chasing him down. Can he walk him down? It's just a 1v1 between Kismet. Can Kismet play this? A flash comes
the
down.
First death of the match.
Oh, Jinx!
Death of the match.
What a play! Is that a penta?
Triple. Oh, it was. But the Jinx was in the back. They weren't able to dive onto the Jinx. They did, but she blew flash, but she still has barrier, and that's gotta kind of feel bad if you're DH right now. That was such an intense fight, but maybe if we're able to get a replay, we could kind of break it down a little slower, see if we're able to see how the engages went. But all we know is Jinx, her flash is down, Annie's flash is down, and Jinx is just gonna kind of take up as many resources as she can and back. And we're getting to a point in game where it's like they have this advantage. They need to actually fight. They need to be confident in themselves. They have the lead. You have to take the risk to fight,
100%.
Because the enemy team's catching up.
Yes.
The Tigers, they are catching
TP
up.
come out on this Drake. Oh, there's another fight here. They grouped again.
Oh, it's the Annie caught? Nice little chunk. The Annie just
engaged. Junior's kind of walking. I don't know if they have enough follow damage though. Junior's getting chunked out. There's 4 people on the side of ECU here to play this. They're just again going back to poking this Jinx
right now.
I believe the Jinx. Flash engage onto the Jinx. The Jinx has no flash. They need to kill this. Engage. The Wukong ult kills the Jinx. This is their ticket in on the Elder.
Annie had to back. Not only did Annie have to back, but that was an incredible engage from Junior. He was able to not only get onto the Jinx, but also the Viego. Force the flash from Viego.
They're gonna kite this Elder out. It's down to 4K. They don't have a contest. The Viego is looking, but I don't know if he can go. He doesn't get it. He's gonna get walked down.
They're looking to try and match with Baron, but there's still 30 seconds left. It's late game. People have items. If I'm DH, I'm looking to get this Baron, get it off the map. Secure what
this Andy's in a brush. This Andy might get caught. I don't know. There's nothing here. There's land one onto the Orianna. Not enough time to prop the Hourglass, but the Elder. They're just gonna knock him down and go 1. And they just have so much damage here to finish this Baron.
1 for 1, and it's for both the mid laners,
It's 4v3 here. I don't know that Viego can walk up. It's too quick.
It's too quick.
That's Baron. That's
late
Elder.
into the game. It's looking like
DH need to look to end.
The Baron, they have the dragon. Now is the time to look for the end.
DH needs to force. DH need to force, and push for these inhibs. Top inhib is weak. They need to go for this again. Jinx, no flash for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah,
they can play this. I mean, only Rakan has flash.
And Baron's like 3 minutes, right? And so this Jinx, she has a little bit of time, but at the end of the day, who knows if she'll be able to flash out of the fight if she needs it,
Kismet's 2 levels up with GA as well. They're just gonna walk it down mid here.
So Oriana's pushing out the side lane right now. And it looks like no one's in the top lane. Gnar does have TP. So maybe he will be able to play on the side. But right now, they're just kind of, again, doing this back and forth, right? DH are being patient. They're waiting. We're 40 minutes in to this match. Both teams, immaculate series, and it's all coming down to the next 5 minutes. The gold difference, 6,000. DH, they were able to get the Void Grubs. They were able to get the Dragon. They were able to get these small victories. And don't get me wrong, you know, Tigers have also put up a fight. That Jinx getting
100%.
that triple kill whenever they were doing Elder, that was a huge tempo change, and I'm sure DH, they were
This
like...
cannon is putting in so much pain. He's just poking from so far.
Yep, that's the power of Baron buff, you know, they're playing this slow and
Yep, they're just
steady.
waiting for the second wave to come in. This is going to be a fight here. Oriana is also pushing this bot wave with the Baron. This is going to be all 3 towers gone. No engage coming in. Inhib is gone. Super minions will come in. ECU just need to look for an engage, but they don't have anything. They don't have anything to go.
No.
Any flash coming up, maybe a flash W or flash ult would be massive as they start to push in this tower. Viego looking to maybe get a W or an engage off, but there's, again, no angle.
No angle.
How can ECU play this? I mean, you're just diving into the Alistar. Kismet has GA. Crow has stopwatch. How you can't play this?
No, they kind of just have to wait out the Baron buff. They don't, again, all they have to wave clears, really, that Jinx, just try and throw in the zaps, but they're standing in front of the siege cannon. They're
Big engage coming up from Junior. That's a 3-man knockup. Kevin engaging with the ult. This is massive. Can they finish this off? That's 3 members down from ECU. They're going to close this out. Resurrect does come through. This Urgot's getting poked out all the way. This is going to be it. For DH. It's a 5v2. They're able to close it out, knocking down this Urgot. They're going to start hitting these towers here.
Urgot against the
Urgot
world.
can't clear the wave. There's no
Can he
way.
hold enough?
It's over. DH have done it.
It's looking like a DH victory. This
Coming
Urgot
back
cannot
all the way
hold
down
it.
from 1 to 2. This whole season, DH have been doing an uphill battle, climbing, getting better every single week. And they finally close it out, winning a Play-Fi Grand Final in best of 5 fashion.
NECC. 42-minute game. They got it. After 42 minutes,
fucking
game
go.
5, they were able to finish it. And that last fight, it was very, very impressive. Incredible shockwave. It's good to pull that trigger. Wukong being able to get those knockups, and poor Urgot, only so much left he could do. An incredible match from Tigers as well, alongside DH, but huge congratulations to DH. You guys are pretty hyped about it, but thank you guys. Thank you guys for tuning in. Okay, stick around for a post-game interview.
Watch me go, see me glow. Steady hands move forward. One hand in mine, step at a time. We light the sky, we're taller. So hold on, we're all eyes on us this time. Bring it on. Yeah, blink and you'll miss it. We're not wrong. It's our life and it's our time. This one. Yeah, blink and you'll miss it. All eyes on this, alright. And watch us come alive. All eyes on this, alright. And watch us come alive.
Yo, welcome back, guys, for the post-game interview. I'm here with, if you want to introduce yourself.
I'm Doombot Pike. My real name's Kavork. I'm the mid laner for CSUDH.
Yo, congratulations, bro.
Dude.
How does it feel?
Oh, it feels so good. I've put in probably more hours than the entire team in terms of trying to improve this semester just because I really wanted to show that it comes down to teamwork and commitment.
100%.
So, yeah.
And so I'm going to keep it a buck. The first game from you was completely rough against that Syndra.
It was so hard.
And so after losing a game with a performance that you feel like probably isn't up to your standard, how do you like keep your mental going to like perform in 4 games? Because we played like 5 hours of league, right? So
ultimately, it's 1 game out of a series of 5. Bad games happen. They don't happen every game. Usually, if I have a bad game, I understand my opponent after that. Like, I get how they're going to play. I understood that mid laner was going to play aggressive the entire time, so I had to respond with my own aggression.
100%. And then, I mean, yeah, we're just going to keep it short because I'm going to try to interview everyone. Team. But kind of looking forward, what would you like to improve about your game? What are the steps that you'd like to take forward?
I would say my early game laning phase just needs work. Overall, I think my rotations and my team fighting are working out better. Maybe my positioning could be a little bit better, but it's just like my early game lane phases, I think, where I struggle, and that's where I need the most work.
100%, bro. You killed it. You played absolutely amazing. Congratulations again, bro.
Oh, man. All right. Get in there.
The mic's so hot. So.
Get in there.
Okay,
Get in there.
I got you, bro. My bad. I'm not gonna.
All right, we're with the ADC.
Yes, sir.
Want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Dara. In-game name is Kismet. Yeah, glad to be here, bro.
100%.
Yes, sir.
I guess kind of the same question. How does it feel? This is your first, I believe, year playing on the team.
Yes, sir.
Or at least a league team. And so, how does it feel, especially in a game like the game 5 where you stepped up, incredibly on Azaya? How does it feel?
Man, it feels so riveting. You know,
100%.
Every single game they just banned Azaya. We knew their game plan was just to like go in, just engage, and we just picked the Caitlyn to kind of just like nullify that. You know what I mean? And then game 5, they banned the Caitlyn. They left up the cow and the bird.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh my goodness. You don't know how much of a mistake that was, man.
I was asking for them to leave Alistar open all night, and then in game 5 it was left open.
Yeah.
And so I kind of want to ask to get insight because, we can't listen to the comms.
Yes, sir.
I know you're very communicative in game.
Yeah.
And so, especially in that like mid to late game where me and Hayden both felt like your macro was pretty immaculate. It was pretty spot on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Who's kind of leading the charge on that macro?
Yeah, you know what? We all kind of like held leashes on each other. You know what I mean? We all have kind of like our own way that we want to play the game. And then it's like our jobs as individuals to kind of just be like, hey, is this the right thing to do? I'm not in the right position. Do we have Orianna there? Do we have Nard? Do we have Wukong for the Wombo? It's just the individual mindsets, I think, is like the most important. I think we just all have like an equal voice. I was shouting at my team to back off, and they were shouting at me. We established at the beginning of the game to just like not take anything personally. I think it was just the passion that kind of just led us to win the game.
100%. And so you guys lost to ECU earlier in the season, and then now to beat them in a final in a best of 5. What changed from that game to this game?
Man, so at first we were just like trying to find our team identity. We were playing mages down bot lane. We lacked a lot of like consistent DPS. We were having my boy Junior on more supportive shielding supports and all that good stuff. We like him on engage. You know what I'm talking about? We were also kind of like having little Kevin in the jungle kind of take a backseat with Ivor and putting Max on Ornn in the mid lane or in the top lane, and then putting Crow or Doombot Pike on something like Galio, kind of just feeding me. But midway through the season, we were just like, man, we just need damage.
Just changing up like the draft philosophy and how you want to play the game.
Yes, sir. We were a little bit shaky when we bring up certain champions, but we just let him play. That's the biggest part, just having your teammates kind of show you what they're capable of, and I think it really showed in this draft, man. We made them ban the Galio probably like 2-3 games in a row. You know what I'm saying? The Braum, man, the Braum. We broke that out one game. Like it's such a big thing.
You guys
for
have
them
so
to
many
handle.
like different threats and like
yes,
things
sir.
to play now. Yeah,
they can't ban us all out, man.
All right, for sure.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations again.
Thank you. Oh,
that was good.
Okay,
my bad.
My bad. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. Yes, sir.
All right, come hop in, bro. All right, how does it feel? Game 5 on that top lane.
Happy to be here. It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure. Had so much fun today. 5 games. 5 games on NAR.
Bro.
I'm not complaining.
Here, you have to be a little bit closer. I swear you were up like 2 levels, like damn near every game. And then I don't even think that you played NAR at the beginning of the season. And so, what was your like thought process and like how you like progressed on that champion to now play 5 games in the grand final?
Back in season 4, man, I got my first skin on NAR. And since then, that was like one of my first mains. And so revisiting the champion or revisiting the player and on a team, on a 5-man team is so much fun because in solo queue you can't really take advantage of what NAR can offer. And especially with the lanes I was playing against, Renekton, and then it was Zach. It was just.
I feel like you won all those matchups, bro. So it was like fate, man. It was like fate.
Yeah, he played well. He played well. Game 3, game 2. But man, the freezes. Yeah. The freezes. He couldn't deal with them, bro. He couldn't deal with them.
Yeah, for sure. And then, honestly, I'm like at a loss, bro. I still can't believe. Like, I believe you guys won, but like it still doesn't feel real. Like what are you feeling, and what do you want to like go on to achieve like next after this?
Nationals, baby.
Nationals
is us.
Yes, sir. All right, I appreciate you. You got a lot of fan favorites. You want to shout them out, bro? Say hi.
Shout out to my girlfriend, May. I love you, baby.
Yes, sir. Clip that. All right. Come sit down, bro.
My boy.
All right, bro. Could you explain the intricacies of the cult item for me? No, I'm kidding. Scoot closer.
A little bit of a troll. Nah, I'm just kidding.
So, Kevin, how does it feel? I know. I mean, you played Fiddle, you played Jarvan. I don't even remember what you played game 3, but like, it feels like you played 5 different champs like throughout the series. I mean, what does that add to like the team?
I think, playing around my team a lot more as a jungler versus trying to be the carrier leaves me a lot more options to play with, It kind of leaves everyone else to play what they're more comfortable with and forcing me to play a lot more around them. But honestly, like, being the captain of this team, and playing with them for so long now, especially with Junior, just like, I'm okay taking this backseat role and just playing these utility champions, For the J4, obviously we weren't seeing too much success with it, but once we start switching up to other stuff we're comfortable with, like the monkey,
Yeah.
That's my monkey right there.
Yup.
Yep. And then, and especially with that Fiddle pick, that one's been on the back burner, but we're like, we got to bring it out. We've tested it out before. Might as well bring it out, in the spotlight, and it worked out.
100%. I remember after losing game 3 and you guys were down 2-1, I heard you saying, I'm like, I need to go damage. I'm not going like a support or like more like utility based jungler anymore. And so you kind of had that confidence like to like make that decision, and the whole team agrees with it. So where does that confidence like come from you?
Playing for this team for about 2.5 years now, it's like I feel like I'm really good at reading an opponent. Not saying I was in their jungler's mind, but just playing against this team after that third game, I kind of already knew what their play style was, how they play as a team, and where they're going to be on the map, And I realize now it's not about the single target damage. It's about the big AoE stuff we
100%.
needed, Especially with Junior with the setup. It was just crazy, It leaves a pathway for me to play the fiddle, and that's how it worked out in the end.
100%, bro. And what are some of the things that you want to achieve at Nationals, both like for the team and for yourself?
I think what I want to achieve at Nationals is the farthest we can possibly go, Obviously, winning grand finals is probably the farthest this league team has gone in history. But this is honestly, to me, the first step that what this team can accomplish, especially for this semester,
100%.
I mean, it's the last semester for a lot of our players,
100%.
So I just want to make sure they see the end of everything before they fully leave Dominguez Hills.
All right. Congratulations, bro.
Thank you. Just want to shout out, as captain, shout out to, my original coach, Hayden. Thank you for laying the pathways this far. Shout out to my girl, miss you dearly. And shout out to my beautiful team, you know what I mean? Like, thank you everybody for watching. It was an honor.
All right, come sit down, bro.
He's wearing the retro jersey.
All right. I don't think you need an introduction.
Mind if I introduce myself regardless?
Nah, you don't need to, bro. They know who you are, bro. You've been here 5 years, and this is the first trophy that you're gonna lift, right?
Yeah.
How does it feel?
Oh my God, man, it feels amazing. 5 years of me being here. There's so many people that I have to thank. The initial team that first brought me on, Alex. I don't know if you're watching this, man, but you were one of like the best people that really set me straight with understanding this game and just my attitude. And the way that I brought that on the team in the years after was amazing. From that, Hayden, I have to thank Hayden. Thank you for casting as well. Like, amazing. But I learned so much from you. I've only been playing this game for 5 years. Since I started, I've only been playing since then, and I've only gotten better. And with the changing rosters as well, it was a little bit hard to get used to sometimes, but we found the one, and I'm so proud of the team. I'm so proud of myself for like keeping the mental of staying on here. But sorry, I'm rambling.
No, you're good. I mean,
I'm a little excited.
Like you said, the mental. I mean, it's not easy, right, to play esports, especially at the collegiate level where you're not like recruiting. I mean, you're recruiting like students, but you know you have different people every year. People drop in and out every year, and so it's definitely not easy. What kind of motivated you to keep going? You know,
I think going for a trophy was the first thing, but I have a little story, I guess. Since high school, I played water polo all my 4 years, and not once were we able to make it to CIF. It wasn't because our team was bad, but it was because of the same thing. The roster changes. Every semester that we went into it, something changed. And when I got onto this team and I realized that it was going to be the same thing, I didn't want to continue that same thing, and I wanted to change the loop. I wanted to stop the loop, and we did it today. That's what kept me motivated, and that's why I'm still here today, and that's why we're going to go to nationals, and we're going to win nationals.
100%, bro. Yo, much love. Like, honestly, you guys play so good. Your support, like, your champ pool is so deep, bro. They banned out like 10 different support champs, and like you still were able to find value, bro. It's crazy. If you guys want to all come in, bro.
Yes, please. Come here. Oh, also, thank you to my girlfriend for dealing with me. We're playing this game so much, but you see it. You see it. All right, come on.
These guys work hard. It pays off, bro. Working hard, like it's so crazy, man. Congratulations, for winning Spring 2025 NECC playoffs, bro.
Yes, sir. We love you all. Thank you for watching.
Thanks for watching. Thank you, NECC.
DH and 5.
Shout out Coach Bubs.